Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome here to our beautiful location in Rotterdam for the 10th annual event of the Biorizon Shared Research. So today is not just our annual event, which is already great, the way we have it each year, but it's a lustrum. It's the 10th anniversary, so it's actually a party today, and we're really going to enjoy every minute of it. We have about 100 people here live. Good to see you all. The last years, due to some severe restrictions, we couldn't do our event live, and we miss that really a lot. Yesterday we had a very nice tradition, our networking dinner, actually here in the Panorama restaurant on the 16th floor, overlooking the River Maas and the Erasmus Bridge. So that really was a good networking event. And today we continue that. So my name is Joop Groen. I'm director of Biorizon, involved since the beginning. And yeah, again, a warm welcome. This year, what we have learned with the Corona period is that we organize the event now as a hybrid. So we have the people at home, 130 people have registered online to attend, and of course here, live, 100 people. So a very nice combination, and that way we also make it possible for people who are a little bit more remote to participate, and that's great. Also, a special word of thanks to our sponsors, the City of Rotterdam, the Harbor of Rotterdam, and the Province of South Holland. We are here in the Province of South Holland, who really support us in this effort and making this event possible, but also connecting to the industry. Of course, there's a lot of industry in the Rotterdam area, and we're going to hear more about that today. Some practical matters. People at home can also ask questions. We have Nathan here moderating the online questions. And of course, we have here in the, we will have a lot of interaction here with the audience. So if you have, any questions, make sure to bring them up in between the presentations. There will be plenty of opportunity for that. The questions at home you can ask in the chat of the B2Match system. To view the presentations and the videos, it's best in full screen mode. To use the chat, you have to go out of full screen. In several occasions, we will have QR codes, so you can scan that QR code, and that will bring you directly to that point of interest. That can be a call for participation or some specifically detailed information. So use that the way you like. There is free Wi-Fi here in the hotel. There's no password, so you can easily access that and use that. After the event, this webinar will become as a live stream online available. So no need to make any pictures or notes of screens, or you will be able to access it later or share it with other people who might be interested in that. The presentations, by the way, will become available in the Biorizon library. So if you're not already registered to the Biorizon community, please do register, and you will have access to the presentations there. And there's also a fantastic community to interact with each other. Matchmaking today is an important part of the program. As always, we believe collaboration is key to success. So we like to connect people and to initiate activities and projects together. And for that, we facilitate matchmaking. It's always used very much. The matchmaking is organized through the B2Match system. You have all got the links to that, and maybe you have downloaded the app, you can use that. There's 20 tables. Table 1 to 5 is over in that room, and the other tables are in the back here. So all the matchmaking, you see your table number, it's one of these tables. Then, as for the matchmaking or the other locations, the coffee break will be in the room next door where you entered here. So that we can, after the coffee break, can easily get back here to the main room. And the lunch will be served downstairs at the entrance where you came in. But I'll mention that again when we get to that. Then the program. as you can see. This makes me a little bit nervous. This is a really very busy program, and we like to stay on track. Because of the networking blocks, also, we have to stay on track. Otherwise, we mess up people's appointments there. But we begin, because this is our special 10th-year anniversary, we have the very top of the founding partners, TNO and VITO. So they will be here on the stage, and you will have the excellent opportunity to interact with them. And then we have a lot of companies that collaborate and work together with us on creating this transition to bio-based feedstock and specifically bio-based aromatics. So you will see a lot of company presentations, and they will be very interesting. Before the coffee break, it's Westlake Epoxy, Baril Coatings, and Soprema from France. After the first block, we go into a coffee break, some time to relax, some time to catch up with each other. We get back here for another block with Relement, actually a startup out of Biorizon doing very successfully, but we're going to hear the details of that. And we have an hour-and-a-half lunch break. So that is for the matchmaking sessions and also just to interact and stretch our legs. An hour and a half, and we have another block of an hour and a half at the end. So the drinks break will also be matchmaking. Then the afternoon, we have another set of presentations from TNOs or from Biorizon side. We will present our progress of the last year and where we are going in the coming period. And another couple of company presentations. And the keynote today will be presented by Kira Neubauer of Henkel. And we're very pleased and also a bit proud to have that keynote presentation. So, full program. We're going to not rush through it, but enjoy it a lot. And still, I hope you can catch up with all that information. Now, first, we're going to get a video, our 10-year anniversary video. That's a special one.
For over a decade, Biorizon Shared Research Centre initiators, TNO and VITO, have been advancing technologies for the development of bio-based aromatics in the Netherlands and Flanders. Aromatics are important building blocks for the chemical industry. They bring essential functionalities, such as durability and thermal and UV stability, to products like plastics, resins, and coatings. Right now, these aromatics are petrochemical-based, which has a negative impact on our environment. As a sustainable alternative, we work together with the industry to develop innovative technologies to produce bioaromatics from sustainable plant-based residues and recycle streams. In many cases, these bioaromatics outperform their fossil counterparts in functionality. With our know-how, lab facilities and pilots, we develop and scale up processes for a wide variety of bioaromatic building blocks, allowing demonstration and market introduction as the next steps together with industry partners. In parallel, we produce relevant samples that companies can test in their actual applications to develop the market for our bioaromatics. As an example, the Ligno-Value pilot plant was established to provide the industry with more than 100 kilograms of lignin-based bioaromatic fractions on a daily basis. Moreover, Biorizon co-initiator TNO established spin-off company Relement to realize the market introduction of MPA and HMA in coating applications and more. Ever since 2013, Biorizon has been working together with industry partners to apply bioaromatics in products like coatings, foams, adhesives, detergents, resins, bitumen, fragrances, and many more. Now we are ready for further scale-up and demonstration. Do you want to team up with us? Then please contact us. We also invite you to join our active community, and together with international industry and R&D partners from the entire bioaromatics value chain, we jointly create a sustainable and profitable future. Join us at biorizon.eu/community.
Yeah, so we cannot say that too often. It's about collaboration and reaching more together, so do join the initiative. So it started all 10 years ago, actually a little bit more than 10 years ago, because you have to do some preparation before you get a program off the ground. But what's interesting to see, we've always used road mapping as our guidance, as a way to develop our strategy. And I found here the roadmap of 10 years ago. You can see it's a little bit more complex than it is today. So it's really a living guidance. The other thing you see in the middle, that's Montreal, the Holland Pavilion. So we joined relatively early to reach out to the network globally. And that has worked out pretty well. And you see the oldest news item on the Biorizon website. So if you go to biorizon.eu, you can actually see that as the first news item. It was about starting up of our shared research activity. Here you see pictures of all the 10 annual events where we started in Berg op Zoom, actually in the auditorium of Sabiek. Then the initiative was small enough to host it there, and we did that the first couple of years, and then we got more traction. Then we did an event in Antwerp, and then in Den Bosch, the capital of Brabant. And then, of course, we had 3 times online because of the Corona period, and that's why it's so good to be here live again in Rotterdam. So a little bit a trip down memory lane. 10 years can fly. Back to the basics. What are we really doing? So raw material transition is all about reducing fossil feedstock. And then what are our options? It's either bio-based raw materials, or it's using waste and recycle streams. And then maybe later CO2 as a feedstock, but that's very energy intensive. So I think for the short period will be these first 2. In Biorizon, we focus on bio-based feedstocks. We create conversion processes, new chemistries, new processes to make specific products and then work on applications. Our goal is to bring the products to the market. It's not to make patents or to have interesting knowledge, but is to bring products to the market. From the first start, that has always been our vision and our objective. If we talk about aromatics, so it's the 6-ring structure in chemistry. It's a beautiful molecule because it gives some special properties. It gives very good properties in a lot of cases. 40%, if we look around us here, we see coatings, we see materials, we see polymers, flooring. 40% is based on aromatic structures. So it's an important class of chemicals that we work on. And then this is a little bit more detail about what it means if we talk about bio-based aromatics. If we say that and then how we create that. Our roadmap kind of focused in 3 different horizons, we call them. At the end of the horizon, there's a beautiful result. And one is to go through sugar furan chemistry and create bio-based aromatics that way. Celluloses, hemicelluloses, of course, also are polymeric sugar structures. So there's a lot of sugar available from nature. Then the other thing that's available from nature, and that's has in the past been quite difficult to make something valuable out of, is lignin. About 1/3 what we see around us in what grows is lignin. And we focus a lot on processes to convert lignin in valuable feedstocks, for instance, through catalytic depolymerization. And you will see a lot more later on about that. And then we also focus on thermochemical conversion processes like gasification, like pyrolysis. And that's a great opportunity to work on biomass to feedstocks, but especially also to work on circular solutions. So, for instance, from recycled plastics back to monomers or polymers, where you can make plastics again. So that's kind of how we shape our roadmap. Then 10 years and what has been the progress in 10 years. And I think we can say we are quite proud of that. Where we started, not even in the lab, but with literature and patents and strategizing and talking to people. Then into the lab, working on milligrams and with glass work and small experiments, and then see what works and what doesn't. We also learned a lot from what doesn't work. And then today we have, steel pilot plants, larger equipment, but especially larger amounts of samples that we can work with. So that has been really a nice progress with a focus on scaling up. We were just talking about that this morning, that it seems to bring something to the industry, that scaling up to a high enough TRL level is really important. Of course, then investments increase, the risks are increasing, and that sometimes makes it more difficult, but we have been quite successful, as you can see here, in 3 different kind of pilot processes to scale that up. The scaling up brings us much closer to applications and to the industry. And you will see some beautiful examples of products that have actually been turned into end products, be it adhesives, coatings, polymers, detergents, all kind of different applications. And that's really exciting to see. Then, as I mentioned, that there will be a couple of calls for participation. On our website, you always see calls for participation. So there's several ways that you can get active and join the projects or work with samples. This is one. If you have a product and you want to change to bio-based feedstock, and there's aromatic nature in your feedstock, then please challenge us and see if we can provide samples and we can work together on making that conversion. Last but not least, this is also really something I cannot say too much. If you're not a member of our community yet, please join. Go to the website biorizon.eu under member. You can enlist. It's free of charge, but it's important to to reach out, to be part of the activity of the projects, the samples, and also the news and the interaction that we have. That brings us to the next block. I already warned you a little bit. We have the very top of VITO and TNO here. As I would say, you would almost expect of the top, they immediately changed our plan for today. So we have very detailed preparation. And that said, well, if first there's one, and that person gives a talk, and then there's the other one, and then that person. And then now they said just 3 minutes ago, well, we have a great idea. We are going to do this together. And so I agree. I think that is a great idea, because Biorizon is founded by TNO and VITO together, and it's all about teamwork and together being stronger than each apart. So I would like to welcome to the stage Henk-Jan Vink. In the past, and Inge maybe as well, but the introduction I wanted to do one by one. In the past, we've been very good colleagues, Henk-Jan, and we both had a business unit at TNO, and I remember, I can truly say, this is not just because we are here on the stage with a lot of audience, but you were really one of the finest colleagues, and that is as a person. I mean, you're obviously a smart cookie, that as well. But a very, very nice and friendly person, so that's good to hear. Henk-Jan also, like myself, he enjoys sports a lot. And he has played korfbal in the top of Netherlands and Flanders. So that's connecting Netherlands and Flanders in a literal way. For those people who know korfbal, the World Cup final in korfbal is always Netherlands-Flanders, except for 1 year, I think. So if you play that level, you are quite competitive and also quite talented in that. Now, you already have taken over the lead a little bit. So now first introduce Inge to the stage, and then you take it from there. You take it from there. What's really nice about Inge, she joined VITO not so long ago, I think. 6 months, half a year. And already making a lot of changes and a lot of putting new vision into VITO. So I hear about that. I hear a lot of especially positive sounds. So I would say keep that up. The interesting thing is, Inge and me, we first met at Tomorrowland, actually. I mentioned to my kids, I'm going to Tomorrowland today. They said, what, you are going there? I thought it was not that special, but it is. Actually, at Tomorrowland, Vito organizes an event, Love Tomorrow. And so I had the privilege of pitching there for a startup. And that was the first time we met. So that's really nice. Well, with these fun facts, I would say the stage is yours. And good luck.
Well, thanks a lot, Joop. In the years that I lived in Belgium, actually, that was the only time that Belgium won the World Cup of korfbal. So perhaps there was a correlation there. We don't know. But it's great to be here on stage together with Inge, and we decided to come up on stage because it's really a joint effort that we do from Vito and TNO. What we also discovered is that both the video and the introduction of Joop almost made our talks. I prepared some speaker notes, Inge prepared some slides.
The slides are exactly the same, so thanks to Joop. Nothing to add anymore, so that's good.
So there will be perhaps some redundancy, but nevertheless it's great and a pleasure for us to welcome you here in Rotterdam for the 10th anniversary of Biorizon. As said, my name is Henk-Jan Vink. I'm currently the Managing Director of TNO Energy and Materials Transition. We merged the two parts of TNO, working on circularity and working on energy transition last year, and I think that's a very logical step to take, because we know that carbon fossil, produces a lot of energy, but also a lot of materials, and we have to create a sustainable and circular society. And at the same time, we have to create a thriving economy, where we still can have the earning power in place for Europe. In a, changing geopolitical environment, I would say. So the dream is to have a European society and economy in 2050 that will be healthy, sustainable, and emission-free. So we really think that innovation plays a pivotal role to reach these goals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had something on Vito?
Yeah, yes,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. But thanks to being jointly. I think it's very great to be here, and 10 years of Biorizon program is really great. So also at Vito, we're also working on the same domains, and we're also actually merging a little bit the organization. We have one pillar on materials and chemicals, like we say, another one on energy and water, really also collaborating a lot. And because we also think that next to, and this is what we're talking today, the materials and chemical processes, we also need to look at energy, but also at water. And that will also be a next scarce resource we have to look at. And it might also be a good idea to see how we can also add these components also to the Biorizon program in the future. So, and yes, it's great to be here. The endeavors are also great, I think, for Europe. And we can also look all together, if we join forces, how we can also make our competitive position also in Europe better. And there, as a research and innovation organization, I'm really also sure that we can set the good examples to reach out to show that things are possible, and from there also have different startups and other companies joining and making it happening. And that's really important, I think.
Yeah, it really is. I think organizations like TNO and Vito, they are there to actually bridge the gap between science and deployment. Yeah? So when you go up the TRL ladder from 1 to 9, full deployment, I think the first value of that is where we are, bridging the gap between, let's say TRL level 3 to 6. And of course, the real money comes in when you go from 8 to 9, I would say. But we're not in that part. We are positioned in the early part, where it's really good to actually work together, pre-competitive, and see what technologies we can bring into place. To demo those technologies and to create business models together with industry. So it's all about a pre-competitive effort that we do here together, and it's really important that we do that together with people in the room, industry, and of course we need to get subsidized for that, because there's not yet a business case available. There's still market failure in place.
And what we also see, and that's also what you saw also in the pictures, that also the demand of industry is getting also higher and higher. So that also means that we want, 10 years ago it was a lot of lab scale that we were working on, but more and more we also go to bigger installations. And our lignin value plant, I think it's really a big beast that we are constructing there now. And it's also needed, because because we really feel that industry wants to see how things are working and how we can scale up things. And the unique infrastructure going from lab to mid-size and then to really a larger scale pilot is also really needed. It also means more investments, also higher TRL from time to time, but I think it's really neat. We also see it on other application domains that we have to go these steps and really make sure also that we de-risk a lot together with industry without making that final step is really also very specific for each company. And that's really also, I think, of great value, and to see how we can combine and learn from each other also from these different pilot installations that we're making and combining different efforts.
Absolutely, and well, I think the feedstock transition, the materials transition we're working on at Biorizon is of great importance for the future of Europe. And I think that already 10 years we've been working on that. So I think the people who started it, well, with Insight, they were really visionary. So I would like to, well, thank Willem Cederel, Ludo Diels, Joop Groen and Jan Harm Banes, who initiated the whole thing, I think. And of course, mentioning names is always a risk because you forget people. But these four were mentioned to me as well. They really pushed it. They really pushed it through. So that's I think really great. And Joop already showed some. We are very proud that over this 10 years we've been granted over 40 projects together with industry. We invested altogether over 50 million euros in infrastructure and in projects, which is really an effort. We created 25 patents, not a goal in itself, but a means to achieve something. And we spinned out Relement, that we'll be talking later here today. And well, we saw the pilot lines, the Diels Adler line, the Pipo Purena line, and the Ligno Value pilot line, which are, of course, for scaling up, really important. So it makes me proud to be standing here. Well.
Yeah. Same goes here. I think we do very well. Huh? We have to do this more together. I just wanted to add that we have already a lot of companies joining the efforts, but we need more. I think the more we can test out and the more we can do and make sure that we can scale up this production and different application areas, the better it is. So it's really also thanks a lot to all the partners already involved, and also thanks already and very welcome to the new ones that will join after today. Thank you.
Very good, and thanks a lot. And I also want to thank the current Biorizon team. I mentioned a few from the beginning, but it's hard work still. So I want to thank the current Biorizon team as well. And well, hope you have a pleasant and enjoyable day today.
All right. Well. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, this is really a demonstration of teamwork that we couldn't have even dreamed up. But still some work to do, because we promised to make it interactive. And I wanted to say, any questions here from the audience? This is your chance.
There was too little content in our
Either that, people are shy. It's also possible.
That's for the experts, huh? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's one.
Okay.
That's René Bijnef, the province of Noord-Brabant. René.
Well, very interesting what you achieved already with the Biorizon project of 10 years in this framework. Well, I understand there were also a lot of investments which you pulled off, so that's for us also interesting. So what could be there also a multiplier, or what could you give also some figures on that?
Go first?
Yeah, go first.
Yeah, on real figures, it's difficult to say, but we are, with the lignin value plant, we really are ready now. And I was this morning still teasing Kelly to see when they can come to the opening reception, because we're turning it now on water, but we have to go further and really make the first applications. So I think there's also a big milestone where we can go further now. We launched also quite some projects now where we really can go to the different applications and so on. So this is really a big, I think, milestone as well, where we in the coming 2 to 5 years, we really will have different application domains, also different products, also maybe testing out other biomass resources than lignin. So this is actually only, for me, the beginning, and the potential still has to come. And there will be quite some leverage. And if you think about, there's maybe potential of at least, let's say, 100,000 tons of bio-aromatics that we can make based on lignin. That's big value, and I think that's the way we have to go, and that's the aim we need to have.
And I cannot answer directly because the different projects are sometimes in a different stages. Some is more early research and some is more focused on deployment, but I think it's really great. For me, it reminds me that I forgot actually to thank the province of North Brabant and the municipality of Bergen-op-Zoom and the Green Chemistry Campus, because they put in a lot of effort as well to bring it all together. So you sometimes need these subsidies to get started. And yeah, I want to thank those who actually did, because that made it possible. And I think we will learn later on today from from Relement that it going to the market. You really need other kind of investments, and it will be really hard actually to work to get that done. So we're still on a journey. Yeah? What I've learned over my period at TNO is that building up a good knowledge position, it costs you at least 7 years to get there. We have to find out how we can leverage on what we build up.
Did that answer your question sufficiently, René?
Well, I think it's what I understand also, that there will be also kind of a new start within the TRL phases, that you go into the upscaling phase now.
Yeah.
Yeah, in general, that's...
And for me, what we see is, of course, that in a lot of the instruments that we have, I would say, the innovation instruments we have in the Netherlands, but also in Europe, we're not prepared for success. So if you're successful in, let's say, TRL level 3 or 4, you're not guaranteed to move on. We do everything in competition, so we waste a lot of good effort, I would say. So hopefully we are transitioning the feedstock, the materials, and the energy system. But I think at the same time we should also transform the innovation system we have and be more purpose-driven instead of competition-driven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, Henk-Jan mentioned the Green Chemistry Campus. That is the home of Biorizon. We work on many locations, but our headquarters is there. And the director of the Green Chemistry Campus is with us here today, Jeroen de Lange in the back. So anybody who's interested in the Green Chemistry Campus and the possibilities there, then you know where to find him. Okay. Any other questions from the audience? We do have a minute still. This is going to be a difficult question from Herman.
Interesting introduction, Joop. Thanks. So my question is, 10 years of Biorizon, you got to a certain level. Where's the vision for the future in terms of where do you want to go? Which hurdles are still to be taken besides money and bigger investments in terms of capacity? Do you see other hurdles which you would like to tackle, and what's the role of TNO and VITO in that?
Of course, there will be, I think, hurdles, but also opportunities. I prefer to call them like that, because it's important, I think, to see how we can solve problems and how we can make things possible. And I think it's really the role we have to play. I think the next thing I was referring to it is also looking at how can we combine with energy issues, let's say, or challenge that we have, and also a combination with water and other resources. That's one. The other one we still have to look at is also everything related to recycling. What are we doing if these products are being made, and how can we make sure also that we make also a closed loop system from there. So these are things really we have to look at for the future.
Yeah, and I think there will be some hurdles, because what you see in carbon fossil, we've been working on R&D for 100, 150 years or so. So we have optimized that perfectly. In circularity and in bio-based feedstock, we're only just begun. So we really need to optimize, but we should also be honest. Perhaps circular products or bio-based products will be a bit more expensive than fossil. But you could also argue that the cost of climate change is not in the fossil price, but it should be actually. So in the end, the consumer decides what we will have. So we might, perhaps we need some regulation in place to actually make it more beneficial to buy circular products or bio-based products. But in the end, the consumer decides what kind of products he's willing to buy. So yeah, we will encounter a lot of hurdles, I think, but I'm optimistic that we will go. Now, Joop, What are you doing, Joop?
It's a challenge by itself. Thanks a lot for the question, Herman. I only wanted to add to that. We're looking for something like a growth fund program on bio-based and maybe bio-based circular or something. Then to work with that, that would be really a step forward. So maybe we should talk about that. Well, time is up, but you're still around here, so I think people who have questions during the break is maybe possible. I really want to thank you very, very much for this contribution, and also especially the way of executing it. I was messing around here with a little bit of a thank you.
I know that Inge has to discuss with the minister this afternoon, so she will bring it.
This is an.
I will take it to my minister this afternoon.
Oh, that might be a really good idea.
It's a nitrogen discussion this afternoon, so I'll give him that one. It's good.
There you go. There you go. It's kind of our traditional thank you to people who contribute to Biorizon. It's an olive tree. It stands for wisdom and health and nature and long history behind it. So if you take good care of it, it grows, and it will provide olives also in the future. And for you as well, Henk-Jan.
Well, thanks a lot. It reminds me of being to Canada once, and I had my suitcases packed, and I thought, okay, I say goodbye to my host, and I had to catch the plane, and then he got off with a really large picture with glass on it. And I thought, how am I going to take this in the plane? Oh, luckily, I'm not with a plane today, so I can put it in my car.
I was already thinking how I'm going to take it with the train. So.
If you need any support in transporting it, we offer that. Will be no problem. Okay, thanks a lot, and please, a big hand.
You can re-show the slide.
Next up to the stage is Nikki Boyle of Westlake Epoxy. So now we're going to look at real products out of bio-based aromatics and how to work together. So, Nikki, please, a warm welcome. What's good to know about Nikki, you can introduce yourself a lot better than I can, but we were talking a little bit this morning, you know, are you nervous for a day like today? I am, you know, it's like for a big match, you always have a little bit the nerves to make it work, and you confirm that. So how do you deal with that? Nikki is actually a yoga teacher. So she said, well, okay, I know how to relax, and I think that is the best preparation. So I would say, Nikki, the floor is yours, and take it away.
Thank you very much, Joop. So thank you very much for having me here today. It is a real honor to be able to present at the Biorizon conference. I'm the Senior R&D Specialist at Westlake Epoxy. So I work in the Epoxy Technology Department, and I work within a much larger team. So all the results that I present today are from the entire team. So who are Westlake Epoxy? Let's start there. So Westlake Epoxy, we're a specialty chemical producer. We make epoxy resins and epoxy resin formulations, which enable our customers to produce innovative products. And we like to carry that innovation through to our own efforts with sustainability. Both Westlake Epoxy and the Westlake Corporation have very clear sustainability goals in terms of Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. We have reductions that we have targeted, and those reductions we have been checked by EcoVadis, and we actually are doing quite well. We have a platinum certification for the Westlake Epoxy team and the bronze for the corporation. But today we're here to talk about renewables, bio-aromatics and bio-based compounds, so that actually feeds into the Scope 3 reduction that we're aiming towards. And what we see is that the bio-aromatics will actually play a huge part in those Scope 3 ambitions that we have. So where did we start? Like all chemical industries, and as Joop mentioned, we started with fossil-based chemicals. Westlake Epoxy use bisphenols to produce epoxy resins. So throughout this presentation, I will mention glycidation reactions, and a glycidation reaction is just an epoxy-forming reaction. So from our bisphenols, we actually have many different process settings, and we produce a variety of resins, which then go into our applications. And we have a portfolio of applications to suit all of our customers' needs. what we see in the applications and in those formulations, that it really is that aromatic functionality that is key to the properties in the final application. And we see now that bioaromatics are going to be a part of our portfolio. So if we look at the bioaromatic molecule that I have on the screen, it's significantly different from the bisphenol above it, and this is the challenge that we are all trying to overcome and work together on. Internally, we produced our first lignin epoxy resins from commercial lignins. So there were hurdles, you can call them challenges or hurdles. We see it now as an opportunity because every process challenge that we encountered in those early days actually led us to a solution, and we've actually developed proprietary solutions. So we're advancing our research, we're building value for the company. And from those very first lignin epoxy resins, we gave some of those samples to our formulation labs. So our coatings and composites teams are located in Germany, and they were able to produce the first bioaromatic coatings and composites. So it was a really big day in the lab for us, or a period of time. We've seen that each challenge leads us to further insight and further development, but it also made us realize that we need to re-examine the way that we work in our research. So we've now advanced our screening capabilities, because as we look at these new materials, they're very complex, so they're entirely different from what we're used to using. New substrates will require new processes, so we have to scale up or scale down. In terms of the process chemistry, we used to traditionally work on 500 milliliter or 3 liter scale for our process chemistry lab. We see now that if we scale down, we can get many more samples, and we're actually moving towards high throughput screening, so running 35 milliliter reactions per week on our robot for glycidation. And then when we have a prototype or a process that we think is interesting for our application lab, we scale up to our lab, our 300 liter reactors in the pilot lab in Germany. But all of these reactions, all of these new samples require new analytics. And of course, we have all of our traditional analytics. The most traditional of all, titrations, still work, but traditional HPLC, maybe not so traditional, or UHPLC, doesn't work on these complex mixtures. So we've had to invest in the lab. We've purchased an NMR. We got a really good tip from Vito on the benchtop NMR, and we've actually purchased that. And we use that for looking at all of our substrates. And then we use GPC for our in-process and final resin analysis. And then those materials go to our application lab, where they look at the chemistry and the desired application. So they really carry out this market-driven research. They're very closely connected with our customers. And at the moment, when we look at these new materials, all the bioaromatics, we're trying to build structure-property relationships and then see where that would fit in our application portfolio. And I think what we see now is that internally we have a much faster screening methodology, but also a much closer and shorter feedback loop between the process development and the application development. And that enables us to advance our research much more quickly. But it's always good to collaborate. So Joop mentioned yesterday evening that if you start alone, you can start faster, but that if you start with a group, you actually get further, and that's what we see. So now with the Biorizon network, we are really focusing on this value chain, where we see that lignin or biomass will be the raw material that we would choose to use in the future. We have the bioaromatic polymer, which contains all of the phenolic chemicals that we need, but we need to break down the polymer into bite-sized chunks that suit our chemistry. So we have all of the different companies and organizations who can carry out the fragmentation, the pyrolysis, solvolysis, many different techniques. And then we will get those samples and we will carry out our glycidation reactions, so those epoxy forming reactions. And by casting this really wide net, we can actually learn much more together. And then we have that feedback loop, not just internally within Westlake, but with our value chain as well. So we really are doing this because we want to maximize the benefit of bioaromatics in our specific applications. But I think the message here is that collaboration is key. We can't do this ourselves. We're experts in glycidation, but we need somebody else to be the expert in the fragmentation part. And that's then really where the Biorizon network has come in and has helped us a huge amount. As I've mentioned, we started our own in-house research on the commercial lignins. The first Biorizon event that my colleagues joined, we weren't part of the Biorizon network at that stage, but through that initial collaboration, there was a project set up with former ECN, so TNO VITO, and we were looking at the pyrolysis oils that were produced from biomass. What we seen when we glycidated those pyrolysis oils was that the resins that we got were significantly different from what we'd produced ourselves in-house, but also very interesting. So we're not trying to find one resin for one application. We really are taking a broader approach to this. And that was when we realized that actually the Biorizon network is the way to go. Because it's this industry-driven roadmap where you actually connect with people along the whole value chain. And through the Biorizon network, we've entered several different projects. So with TNO, we've just completed the Biorecipe project, and next year we'll start the B4 project together. And with VITO, we have the Lignicode project and the Life Viable project. And here we've just really seen time and time again through these projects, and continue to see, that it is the collaboration that actually allows us to make these much bigger advances. So it's knowing what your supplier can give you, knowing the challenges they face, knowing what your customer wants, and then being able to work together to get to that sustainability goal as a team. So I'll go into some of the details of these 3 projects that we're working on. The first is the Biorecipe project. So the goal here is just to extend the use of bio-aromatics in application development in industry. So TNO take biomass, so walnut shells in this case, and they subject them to thermochemical depolymerization and fractionation, and we get the fraction that is most suited to our end application. So what have we done? We've taken those pyrolysis oils, we've glycidated them, so we've formed epoxy resins. We've used one of our proprietary steps that we developed before the project, and we were able to produce homogeneous liquid epoxy resins that contained 90% bioaromatic content. So this was a hugely successful day or period for us in the lab. And we gave those samples to our application team, and they were able to screen the pyrolysis oil resins for different applications. So here you can just see a photograph of our 3-litre reactor. We were still working on quite large scale at this point, but we produced our first kilogram batches. And when we analysed, we've seen that the epoxy functionality and the viscosity were comparable to commercial resins that we already have. So it was a very promising result, and based on this result and the collaboration that we had with TNO, we decided to move forwards with the B4 project next year. The next collaboration is with Lignicode, so with VITO as our partner who are doing the depolymerization of lignin. The goal here is to produce a bioaromatic coating. We also took this material into the lab, so from VITO we received several different types of depolymerized lignin. There we can really see that the variation in the starting material will affect our process, so we need to steer our process based on what we get. But we can always get an epoxy resin at the end. And what's really nice with the Lignicoat project, we have our own internal Westlake product and application lab doing coatings testing, or making the formulation. And then that goes on to AEP Polymers, who will also work on the coating. So here you can see on the left, it's the depolymerized lignin that we receive from VITO. We're running a Duplo reaction in our 500 milliliter reactions, and then we have the first coating from the Lignicode project. So yes, it's colored, but it is a really good coating. You can actually see our factory in Germany just behind the panel. And I think this is yes, the first step. What we see is that the coating is on glass, it's formulated, but we still need to optimize. So we're going back to the process and again, working on that internal loop. The next goal is Q1, where we will scale up to our kilogram quantities for the Lignicode project. And for Life Viable, also working in the value chain with VITO, we're going to produce composite car parts, and the goal here is to reduce the BPA content by 20 to 50%. So we've taken the depolymerized lignin that VITO has supplied to us. We have produced our epoxy resins, and we've produced several different samples which are now en route to our consortium partner, Solvay. Solvay will make that assessment, and based on their feedback, we will then tweak our process and get something that is optimal for the composite application. What we see within this project is that if you're going to make big car parts, you need to make a lot of resin. And that's really the exciting part of this project, that we are scaling up. So the goal is to produce 300 kilos of the bio-aromatic epoxy resin, and we're going to do that in our pilot plant in Germany. So here we have our 30-litre reactor and then our 200-litre reactor beside it. Scale-up is planned for Q2 in 2024. So if you've been aware of the timelines, we just finished the biorecipe project this summer. In Q1, we're moving into the LigniCoat scale-up. In Q2, we're moving into the Life Viable scale-up. And after that, we will move into the B4 project. So there is a value chain and a pipeline that we are working on. So in terms of the bio-aromatic epoxy resins themselves, this is an entirely new research area for us. We see that there is value in the innovation and growth within our team, but also in IP generation for the company. And we have so many promising results that we are very enthusiastic to continue working on these projects. And again, the scale-up will continue further. So when the ligno value pilot is up and running, we will scale up further to our 600-litre samples. And again, I think here it's the collaboration that's key. It's the Biorizon network that has enabled us to do a lot of this new research. It's meeting people at events like this where you make those connections and then enter consortia together, and it's the consortia that actually give you that valuable chain from supplier all the way to customer. So we're very happy to be part of the Biorizon network and looking forward to continued collaboration together. These are the teams and the projects. I'm not going to name everybody here. Joop de Jong is in the audience with me, as is Christine Barron and Jimmy van Rijn, so you can have a chat with them later on. And if you have any questions, now's the time to shoot.
Thank you very much, Nikki.
Welcome.
And to start with, an olive tree for you.
Thank you.
And really great to see the perspective of collaboration from your side. And that it's not just about conceptual ideas or technologies on paper, but that it's about products and samples and scaling up on our side and scaling up on your side and bringing it to the market. So that's really nice. You will be around here all day long?
Absolutely.
Okay, so for any questions to Nikki in between the breaks, there's plenty of time. Because of the schedule, we're moving to the next speaker now.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Nikki Boyle of Westlake.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Joost. We haven't met yet.
Not in person, yeah.
Not in person and
Correct.
not this morning. So glad to have you here. And I know you're always ready to give a good pitch. The interesting thing about Joost is he actually, not that long ago, spray painted the vehicle with bio-based aromatic coating. Is that right?
That's certainly right, yes.
And I think it was high performance coating as well. So not starting the easy way and weaseling yourself into some bicycle or...
No. And I can't show it today yet, but it will be presented shortly. Yeah.
Exciting fact to start with. Joost, take it away.
I have 15 minutes. It's a challenge, but I'll try to speed up the things. As a company and as a me, we know that we have limited resources available. And I always start with this picture, Country Overshoot Day. In the Netherlands, it's 12th of April that we actually already virtually used our resources that we have available as a country. Worldwide, it is... Oh, I can go back? Oh, yes, I can go back. Yeah. Worldwide, that as a society, we've used resources already in July, August. So it's very important that we start using getting better use of our resources. So bio-based, renewable, recycling is key. As a company, we have put up a roadmap of action plan to with the Sustainable Development Goals as guidance. And in the European Union, there's a lot of regulation in place already that is urging us to act, not to think about it, not to talk about it, but really act. To become climate neutral by 2050, there's a lot of work to be done. How are we dealing with these kinds of challenges at Baril? First, a bit about Baril. We're an SME, family-owned company, 41 years old this year. And we produce coatings, develop coatings for all kinds of substrates. The markets that you can see. We have two 2 sites in the Netherlands. Headquarters is in Zertogenbosch. Another site in Etteleur, in the south of the Netherlands, in Brabant. And we have the capacity to produce around 6 million liters of paint. Sustainability and Baril, it's not just of the last years. It's already over 20 years in place in our company. Like I said, it's not just thinking, it's really acting. We have CSR in our veins. We like to say that. And as you can see, we have already a lot of measures in place. Solar panels in the roofs, electric transport, electric cars. And we want to do more with less in all kinds of ways. So in our own production, in raws, application at the customer to speed up application, but also, of course, in durability, lifetime expectancy of the coatings that we produce. Some highlights on the left side, some action plans on SDGs, for instance, progressive rewarding. We train our own people. We have renewable energy, so not just the solar panels, we have wind energy to fill the gaps when the sun is not shining. And on the right-hand side, on products that we have in place. So, of course, one of the things is the use of bio-based raw materials, but also to reduce toxic ingredients whenever still necessary. We want to reduce these, and also in emissions. And for us, as an SME, SDG 17 is really important. So partnerships, setting up partnerships in the supply chain. Like I said, April 12th in the Netherlands, Earth Overshoot Day. So we know that we need to act, and we are looking for solutions in all kinds of ways. So not just bio-based, in the resins, the solvents, additives, etc., but also in recycling. We work in projects to try to find out minerals and pigments that are recycled from waste streams. And also reduce, of course, if you use lesser amounts of materials, or you don't need the energy to cure your product, that's already positive for the balance. The first project that we joined within the Biorizon program was Bio-aromatics for coatings. In this project, together with TNO, Worley, and other partners, we showed that on a lab scale, it was possible to produce solvent-based alkyd resin, 100% bio-based, using the bio-MPA that was produced by TNO at that moment. But that was on a lab scale. So the next project that we entered was the Bright Coatings project with Relement, the spin-off of TNO. Roger will tell you a bit more about it later. And in fact, trying to set up a complete supply chain from the raw materials up to the application. And like Joop said, we actually demonstrated already that we've been positively and with success applying this coating on a real object with a customer of ours. I can't show you the details, but Worley produced 90 kilos of resin with 25 kilos of the bio-MPA. Sorry. And thank you, Paul. Thanks. So we have been able to produce this coating based on this water-based alkyd resin. and leading to a two-pack performance coating with the nice results of performance actually leading to a demonstration project to show that it's really possible. 2 years ago, we started joining the program of 100 months to 2030. 2 years later, it's already 25 months past and only 74 left to 2030. As a company, we set ourselves a goal to be completely 100% renewable in 2030 already. It's challenging, I know that, but if you don't set a goal for yourself, this challenging, well, it is too easy. So that's why we set this goal for us. Like I said, it's not just talking about it, it's doing it, acting. And in Dutch we say, groen is doen. Be green, act. So I call to you that all of you are joining these kind of programs to, in fact, get the products that we need. I have some examples of products that are already in place. Decorative coatings, pretty much easy to do already. But this one is interesting because of epoxies. We already have epoxies in place and sell them with 25 to 40% of bio-based content. And it's doable. A lot of raw materials available in epoxy, but also in isocyanate. At the moment, we buy over 100 tons of bio-isocyanate for our two-pack polyurethanes. True value, like you said, it's about the cost that fossil is well, environmental costs. We try to calculate these kinds of costs in our processes as well. Some examples of all the projects and all the parts that we're in. Pigments recycled from waste streams of the panel industry. So pigment white, very high footprint from virgin material. We show that it is possible. Showcases, but the products that we really produce are the epoxies, the polyurethanes, and the alkyds. And we sell them a lot. The last. Also a spray application. Not of the bright coating, but a bio-based direct to substrate coating to show that it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joost, and I think you really made the point of it is possible. I also like the phrase, what was it? Groen is doen.
Groen is doen, yes.
With my family name, you have to love it, of course. But it's exciting to see its product not just to an application, but it's to the end customer, actually, to the very final part. And
correct.
Wow, that's an achievement. Thanks a lot for that. We do have time for one question. So anybody in the audience, there's a case. Why did you sit so far in the back?
Hi, Joost. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Very inspiring. You might need a little bit of change from the government side to support the transition. And we had elections. I have news for you tomorrow. The king will give you a phone call.
Oh,
and
great.
asks you if you want to be the new minister for climate transition. So what will be number 1, 2, and 3 actions that you're going to do?
I'm so glad you get that question, Joost, and not me.
I'm pleased. Thank you for the question, Kees. One of the things that I would do, I would give a lot of money to Relement because they need to produce the bio-MPA that I need in my alkyd resin. So Worley, I already told them 20 times, I want 4 trucks, 4 road tankers with the resin, and we sell it. No problem with that. So that's one. The second one is that getting data and information from the suppliers is very difficult for us as an SME. We don't have the we kunnen geen vuist maken. We can't. It's difficult to in fact get the information because of all kinds of IP issues. So I would put a law in action that would force these companies to give them for free for all companies to be able to calculate the impact and the reducing impact that you need. And I would indeed put some taxes on CO2. So there's 3.
There we go. Joost
Easy
for
does it.
president. Yeah.
Thank you.
Joost, we do have another question from the online audience. So I'm moving here to our special online communicator, Nathan.
Very special. We have a question from Ludo Deals. How is the bio-isocyanate made?
Oh, that's an insider.
You need to ask Covestro. It's PDI based. So it's from the information that is given is that from the right resources. So from waste materials from within the agricultural. So is that the question that it's made from what kind of material of the bio-based? It's Covestro.
Yeah, well, I think for here we leave it at that.
Yep.
Joost, thanks a lot for the presentation.
Thank you.
And good luck with the further development. You're on the right track, obviously.
Thank you.
Then we are moving to another family-owned business from France this time. Sarbu, welcome to the stage. The mic is yours. You have 15 minutes, and please take us into the wonderful world of Soprema and look at aromatics in, I think, in bituminous products especially. Yeah?
More than that.
The wonderful world.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's quite an honor for us to have this opportunity to present what we are doing and also the partnerships that we create around these kind of meetings and also in general with both academia and with private partners. Let's see how it works. Oh. Perfect. I think it was in French.
Soprema a anticipé depuis plus de 30 ans pour limiter l'impact. Il y a plus de 100 ans, Soprema est né d'une innovation. La R&D a toujours été un vrai moteur de croissance et de développement pour le groupe. Par conviction, Soprema a anticipé depuis plus de 30 ans pour limiter l'impact de ses produits et de son activité sur la nature et sur l'homme durant toute la vie d'un produit. Choix des matériaux. Développement de solutions frugales. Facilité de la mise en œuvre. Durabilité et performance. Recyclabilité des produits et solutions. Organisées autour de 4 grands axes, 12 types d'activités et plus de 100 projets, les équipes recherche et développement œuvrent dans le monde entier dans les 23 laboratoires du groupe qui comptent 80 brevets internationaux déposés. Le programme Mutaxio à Strasbourg, laboratoire commun entre Soprema, le CNRS et l'Université de Strasbourg, est un magnifique exemple de notre engagement pour partager nos recherches et développer notre filière afin de former de nouveaux talents et contribuer à trouver des solutions pour demain.
So my job is done, thank you. So, I'm Alexandru Sarbu. I'm in charge of the R&D team, materials chemistry. So it's the part of more fundamental approach in Soprema, and then also with support to our colleagues that do the development and the new products that that come out of the company. I'll try to add some details compared to the movie. So. Soprema is a family-based company out of Strasbourg, but now we're present worldwide with more than 100 production centers, and there are a couple of them in Flanders and here in the Netherlands. And what's behind all this history of more than 100 years is the fact that we learned to adapt. So 20, 30 years ago, we were like 10 times or even 20 times smaller than we are today, but we knew that we need to go further away from just bitumen, which was the main and historic product of the company. And nowadays, we are all around what's called the building envelope. So it's materials that are aimed for waterproofing systems, so membranes, coatings, and also on their functionalization by adding green roofs, photovoltaics, and cool roofs, and also insulation, because for the energy mitigation is really necessary to improve the comfort in the buildings. So it's both synthetic foams, but also fibers and other sustainable materials. This was really the result of conjoint work from the part of the R&D centers, and we are in close synergy with our colleagues from the industry. That's why there are 23 centers. That means that we are also close with the production, and also we have, as it was mentioned, a joint lab with the University of Strasbourg in order to introduce as much as possible sustainable materials in our products. Where do you find the Soprema products? So basically everywhere where's the building. You can have it on standard roofs in apartment buildings, in the individual homes, in industrial buildings or storage buildings, on the tarmac of an airport, on a bridge, inside a tunnel, and even in your swimming pool. The main goals that are set for our R&D teams is to reduce the use of fossil-based materials, to facilitate the works inside our company, also for our direct clients, which are all the people that work on construction sites, and also the life of the people inside the buildings once they are completely done. We also need to improve the performances of our products and our systems, and since more than 10 years we're really thinking into the mitigation of the end of life of our products, and also other types of products, because some type of waste could be a resource for somebody else. And that's the part that I really wanted to talk about in terms of sustainability on the recycling side. Because we are, first of all, looking at our products. So try to use the bitumen membranes or the oil-based product and transform it into a new roofing material again through internal processes. We are also using EPS waste in order to produce XPS insulation boards, so polystyrene boards. We're collecting newspaper and other types of paper waste and transform it into cellulose fibers that afterwards goes into cellulose wadding insulation, using also waste from the textile materials for textile insulation material, and transforming PET waste out of from a post-industrial transformation into polyols that go into our insulation foams. But talking about aromatics, because this is the key of today's topic, it's quite the majority of our products that go around aromatics, especially the bitumen, the historical product, but also into other types of materials around mainly polyurethane, so the foams, coatings that could be used for flooring, for roofing applications, or inside the panels as a glue for the wood fiber panels. When it comes to wood fiber, there's also bio-aromatics directly. There's lignin, so on that side the job is done. And there's also some styrene in the polystyrene products, which is quite logical. one project that we wanted to bring forward is some sort of a bittersweet story that started in 2010 with the lab from Strasbourg and the University of Strasbourg, where we tried to transform lignin into a polyol. So there was a method that was developed, and then by oxypropylation. Then we partnered up with Arkema in order to transform it more industrially. So we managed to obtain 500 kilos of polyol from 200 kilos of lignin. It was more than 5 years ago. And we used that polyol to produce more than 1,000 square meters of lignin-based panels that are somewhere on a roof in France. But the bittersweet part of it is that the transformation process was stopped, so we stopped at TRL 7 because it was difficult to imagine using this technology for large-scale production, and no other partner wanted to go in that direction. But any closed door is an open one, so we got back to the lab and our partners as well, and developed a new approach in order to transform lignin into polyol, but in this case in a more safer way, a more easier way, at lower pressure compared to oxypropylation, which is done in more difficult conditions, a lower temperature, and also with the possibility of transforming the lignin into various types of polyols with various also applications. And this project is actually been scaled up step by step with the partners from the Bio-Horizon team, because we started in Unravel project, which was managed by TNO. And now it's been scaled up, so we started this year a scale-up process to go from TRL 5 to TRL 7 through the Countless project, which is managed by VITO. So we have the two sides of Biorizon in one big story. So maybe in 5 years we can have a TRL 9, so the story will be completely done. And the fact is actually with Countless is that it's a double effect project, because we're also through this project looking into the substitutes and alternatives to fossil bitumen and try to replace it as much as possible into our standard applications. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Alexandru. So, any questions here from the audience?
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. My name is Ruud Koenen. I'm an independent consultant. My question is more to the PU foams. The insulation gas in the foams, are you going to replace that by a bio-friendly alternative or not?
What do you mean by insulation gas?
Normally in foam there is an insulation gas which makes the insulation value. Huh? Don't forget that. And normally in the past, and even now, fluor-based materials are used.
It's not fluor-based.
Are you pentane or so?
Yes.
Okay, but you're meeting the criteria of the good insulation value, international standards.
Yes, that's the purpose of it.
Okay, good.
And you have to really be sure that the gas stays inside. Otherwise you lose the property. So that's part of the know-how.
The wonderful world of foaming and insulation. You know how to do it. We do have a question from our online expert.
Yes, we have a question from Mohan Wadekar from Jihua Chemicals. He asks, oxypropylation is a very common process used industrially. What were challenges to use lignin for oxypropylation?
It's the fact that lignin was not a standard startup material, as generally used sugars or small molecules or amines. In the case of lignin, it's a dark powder that sticks to everything, and then it's very, very difficult to clean. So that's like a technical problem. And afterwards, it was the economical part when it was in the evaluation of the project from the oxypropylation suppliers. They said that the amount of material is not high enough for the payback, and this kind of calculation.
Thanks for the clear answer. Any more questions? No, I think everybody's getting ready for the coffee break.
I think so as well.
Which is up next. So the coffee will be over here, and we're going to start on the 2nd at 15:15. So please make sure you're all back a little bit before 15:15. And Alexandru, thanks again very much, and also for you.
Thank you.
An olive tree.
Thank you very much.
Health and wisdom. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second part of our 10th Annual Biorizon Event. And we're continuing with the CEO of Relement, Mr. Roger Blokland. And I think what is important to know about Roger is I kind of call him Mr. Sustainability. And that has nothing to do with Relement or the products or bio-based aromatics, but it has to do with his mindset. He just said this morning, usually I go everywhere by bike, even if it's 40 kilometers away. My hobby is bike racing, so I can really appreciate that. And I know if he's not going by bike, then he's going by his electric car. So Roger is really demonstrating, how you can do things differently. And maybe sometimes even if it costs a little bit of effort. But that's the thing with Roger, what always strikes me and what I really appreciate about you, Roger, is that it seems like things come easy for you. Like it's no big effort. Making this startup, all kind of uncertainties, you have to get the financial side in order, you have all these risks, you have all the technology challenges, and yet here you're standing relaxed and with an eye on the future. And yeah, that's really admiring. So I want to say the floor is yours, and take us with you on your journey.
Thank you, Joop. And show me which one is, it's probably the big button over there, right? So, hello everybody. So I've prepared a couple of slides, but first I wanted to say a few things. So Relement, we are the renewable element. So this is where the name comes from, because we believe we are that renewable element in a lot of materials that we are working on. And something that struck me from listening to the presentations this morning is that we're doing a lot of R&D. And R&D is great, but it also strikes me as if we're trying to find certainty. We're trying to find certainty until the products are perfect, and then, we'll make it happen. But then I learned from Soprema that even if you have a product, then it doesn't go to the market because something is still not perfect or somebody is not able to jump in. And that's a shame. Because we want to change things. I've learned from Joost that we are using 1.7 times the Earth to sustain the population, and that is a problem. But Joost, actually what you have not said is that we are using, if we are all living like we are living as persons, we would use 4 times the Earth. So if we raise the level of the people in Africa to the level that we have here, 4 times the Earth. And that is just not possible. So, we need to do something about it. We need to change this, and that's why we are on a mission to convert sustainable feedstocks into performance chemicals for coatings, for materials, for adhesives, and many more materials. And we are a spin-off from the Biorizon program. So we owe the Biorizon program our existence. I think I had it correct since 2013. So I had that on the slides for a while, and I was never really sure, but now I am. And we are on a big mission. We really want to change the world. So our team, and Stefano is here today. There you are. We are on a mission to change the world for the better. And we want to do that, and we are very serious about it, because we cannot just pump up the oil and put it in all of our products and then throw it away. That's just not a possibility anymore. And we do that from a chemistry background, so we like chemistry. And our vision is that we provide the renewable element for coatings and more. So, if you're an entrepreneur, and, Joop, I can tell you it doesn't come easy, but, it's important to stay relaxed. Because otherwise, it doesn't work. But we do see an opportunity, and because if there's no opportunity, there is no business. And there is an opportunity because the regulatory drivers are emerging. To my big frustration, there is no real mandate for sustainable chemicals yet, and this is part of my mission. I'm talking to government, I'm talking to people who influence this, but something is coming. And I was also telling a story that I used to be in biomethanol 10 years ago, working for a biomethanol scale-up. And at that time, I was talking to shipping owners, and they said, this is not going anywhere. So biomethanol, forget it. The energy density is too low, and it's this is that, and go home. And then now, today, that same shipping company is pouring millions into biomethanol companies. So the only thing that you can think is that we're maybe too early or too late, if you ask me. But I'm glad to see that the industry pool is getting stronger. So you're here, you're representing the industry, and I think something is happening. So I've quoted a couple of coating companies here because that's my immediate market. But I'm also very happy to sell to you guys. So there is a need. And we replace essential elements, and I think we've talked about this already. So the way I explain this is that there are already a lot of sustainable alternatives in the market, and you can actually make products from a certain amount of sustainable content, but there are a few very essential elements missing, and those are the aromatics, so we know that. And yeah, we want to change that status quo. So I'm getting feedback from the market. There are no bio-based aromatics today on the market, so they are needed. So we make sustainable aromatics from residual biomass, and we do that by using a compound called furfural. And furfural is made from the hemicellulosic fraction. For the people who are more into biomass, you cannot eat hemicellulose. It doesn't digest. So we're not using food, which is a big thing, because this is also something I learned from the biomethanol industry. Don't compete with food. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can say about it, but there's a lot of emotion here. So we are addressing a market that is 14 billion in size. So this is a market for functional-based aromatics. That doesn't include all of the aromatics for sure, because the market is way bigger, more than 100 billion for sure. So we are targeting about 7 million tons of products. And if we go to the alkyd coating resin segment, in which Joost is a part, that's for our ingredient about 1.5 billion euros in turnover. And we've calculated that if we replace all of that, we can save 18 million tons of CO2 every year. And with these products, it's very interesting because they're very hard to recycle. So adhesives, coatings, and composite materials, typically they stick to the substrate, and once the substrate is recycled, the coating is burned off. So if you want to change the nature of those products, you have to look at sustainable raw materials. So that's what we are going to do in coatings, and not only that. So we are the missing ingredient to make renewable coatings, but we are looking for that extra performance. So our products are a little bit different from what you can buy from petrochemical sources. With different products, you get different performance. Not always better, but in some cases it is. And those are the pockets in the market that we are targeting, because we want to be a success. And we've seen that in comparison with other aromatic replacements in alkyd coating resins, if we plot the performance in coating versus circularity, we actually are in a relatively important niche. So we have not seen equal performance from other sustainable alternatives, such as furan, D-carboxylic acid. I think that's probably better used in PEF. Now Vancium is here. Succinic acid has a job, but not in hard alkyd coatings. And a bio-PA is not yet on the market. I know that people are working on it, and my colleagues are active in it, so I hope it's going to be successful. But it's going to be available mainly because of a mass balancing system. So we're relatively unique, and we know that performance is good. So it's a good product. At the same time, I'm saying affordability is high. I know we have discussions on this, but the reality is, if we launch our product, it's going to be more expensive by the kilo, because when you make PA, it's typically produced in 100,000 tons per year, in a continuous process operated by 20 people. And that is not going to be the case for bio-MPA in the beginning. We will get there, but it's going to take some time. But if you look at the coating, there is dilution of the product in coating, so we believe it's manageable. And customer interest is strong, so we do get a lot of attention. And not incidentally, what's the opposite of incidentally? On purpose, I have made the customer names anonymous, except Worley and Baril coatings, because we are in a public project with Worley and Baril, and they have been extremely loyal and good partners for us. But we do have a lot of interest from other players in various stages of development. And that is key. And not only in coatings, also in polyurethane foams, also in lubricants. So we know the interest is there. Yeah, and the Bright Coatings project, so it's coming to an end. So this is a project was interesting and important for us. So we in the middle, converting the raw materials to bio-MPA, which is our first launching product, with Lenzing and Vertoro and Könst in the consortium, where Lenzing is actual producer of furfural and Van Könst interested in making furfural, and Vertoro also producing precursors to furfural, TNO converting furfural into our current raw material, 2MF, and then there we are. And then Baril, together with Worley, making a 100% renewable alkyd coating resin, which, has been demonstrated. So we will go out to the market very shortly with that. But unfortunately, there are reasons why we couldn't, present that today. But I can tell you it has happened. So what is the important milestone for Relement this year versus last year is that we are getting ready for manufacturing. And I know Sergio is here from Solvay, so I'm thankful to you, Sergio, because you introduced us to the Solvay team, and we, as Relement, we did a selection of scale-up partners because our philosophy is we want to go to the market using pretty standard manufacturing equipment. And last year we managed to define the protocol. So we now have a tech package. We were able to make tens of kilos of product in pretty much standard industry equipment. So with that, we are now asking quotes from contract manufacturing organizations, because our philosophy to go to the market is what we call asset light. So for a startup, raising money is an issue. And it's only so much that you can raise. So we are going to the market to sell our product using third-party manufacturing equipment. So we're going to do that and pay these companies by the kilo. And once we have de-risked our product bio-MPA, once there is an established market, then we will go on and take the next step and move towards a pilot and a flagship plan, because we know we have to go through those development stages to bring the cost of the product down. Most likely we're going to do that in partnership, because we are a small team. And this is the team that is building what I think is the sustainable chemical company of the future. So Monique is in charge of sales and business development, and Stefano, you're in charge of technology, and Jos, who's our part-time CFO. We are not a factory building team, so we always need partners. It's like Biorizon. We cannot do it alone. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Roger. And interesting, the comment you made about timing. It makes me think about a very famous Dutch philosopher by the name of Johan Cruyff. He was a pretty good soccer player as well, but he said, this was about soccer, but it's about life, and I think it's about scale-up. He said there's only one moment that you can be at the right moment. All other moments are either too early or too late. Right. And I think that's kind of the game that we are in, and how you can create some flexibility around that. So thanks for that insight. Because of time, we're going to move on with the next presentation. But I think you will be around here for people who want to discuss with you about this interesting journey.
Yes.
And also for you, an olive tree.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you.
Take good care of it. I know you will. All right. Up next, you know in Biorizon we have 3 horizons, and each horizon has an owner, somebody who wakes up early in the morning worrying about that horizon and takes care of it all day long. For our Horizon 1, most of you probably know that used to be Jaap Kiel. Jaap, where are you? Ah, there is. You wouldn't say, but Jaap is already getting towards his pension. He looks very young and he has loads of energy. But still, knowing that, we have a replacement for Jaap, and we're very proud to present today here for the first time on the stage, Arjan Smit. And Arjan, I can say for the entire team, we are so glad that you are here and that you pick up the energy the way that Jaap prepared it for you. And we also noticed that you bring in a lot of new ideas and excitement. So that's really good to see. Keep it up, and please tell us about the latest and the greatest of Horizon 1. Yeah. Please give a big hand to Arjan.
Okay, so hi everyone. Welcome to this talk about Horizon 1, which is the thermochemical horizon. So the Horizon 1 comprises the conversion of biomass and recycle streams to via pyrolysis and gasification to bulk and specialty chemicals. And what is new this year in the Horizon 1 is the addition of the TNO's Fabiola biorefinery technology. So for this presentation, I will quickly touch upon gasification and pyrolysis, but mostly detail the biorefinery process. So first up, the Milena gasification and Olga gas cleaning technology. So this entails the conversion of biomass and recycle streams to green gas. And BTX is co-produced in this process, and this is a valuable, let's say, building blocks. And now TNO has samples, larger size samples of BTX available, and is working on the recovery of toluene and benzene to industrial grade. Second is the pyrolysis technology. So this was mostly aimed at, in the past, at the conversion of lignin-rich biomass streams to a bio-oil. But interest from industry is slowly shifting to the recycling of other waste streams, such as mattresses, laminated wood, and plastics. So also the focus for the technology development is shifting towards those kinds of feedstocks. And there you don't only produce a bio-oil, but it's also important through this staged condensation after pyrolysis to recover and also isolate the valuable aromatics in this stream. And this year we have concluded the biorecipe project. So this was the application of bio-oil in epoxy resins, as shown by Westlake this morning, in car tires and in fuel blends. And also the Prima 2 project is still ongoing, but almost closing. So this was focusing on the pyrolysis of laminated wood for the recovery of aromatics. And this year we have 3 new projects starting. So this is the B4 project, Slice project, and BioCap. So the technology development of pyrolysis is still ongoing. So as I said, because biorefining is a new addition to Horizon 1, I will focus mostly on that. As you know, land-based biomass is mostly made up of lignocellulose. And lignocellulose is a complex arrangement of cellulose fibers, hemicellulose sugars, and the highly aromatic lignin. And the key for biorefinery is to unravel this complex into its key components for valorization to materials, fuels, and chemicals. So the challenge for biorefineries is the very large variety in different feedstocks. So these feedstocks comprise softwood, hardwood, herbaceous biomass, and they're all different in composition, but also in physical characteristics, such as bulk density. And if we look at the field of biorefining, we can roughly make a sorting between process scale and type of process. So, for example, we have the well-known pulp and paper industry. So this aims at the conversion of wood to clean cellulose fibers for paper making. And these processes are typically high severity processes. So most of the hemicellulose and lignin is degraded, and this is burned to supply the pulping process with energy. And what we have seen in recent years is the upcoming and the upscaling of aqueous processes. So this is mainly the isolation of sugars from feedstocks like wood and wheat straw. And examples thereof are the DOM process of Avantium and the sunliquid process of Clariant. And in these processes, they mainly produce sugars and a lower quality lignin. And what we have seen emerging in recent years is the further development and upscaling of what we call next generation biorefineries. And these next generation biorefineries usually use an organic solvent to convert a large variety of different biomass types to a cellulose pulp, sugars, and a higher quality lignin, or lignin-derived bioaromatics. And examples thereof are, for example, the Fabiola process of TNO, but also the lignin-first process of Biocon, the aldehyde-assisted fractionation from Bloom Bio-renewables, and the cyclic extraction of polygreen. And of course, then we still have a lot of developments on the TRL3 level. And these include, for example, pretreatments using ionic liquids and deep eutectic solvents. And these processes typically have, let's say, a high product quality, but the process is still quite far away from any economic viability. And what we can see on the right side is that for the biorefinery development, this development is quite complex, and there are numerous aspects that need to be addressed, and this starts with sustainable feedstock supply chains, and this works through the chain to bio-based applications. And what is becoming more important these days is the circularity of these products. So as I said, the Fabiola process is in the category of this next generation biorefineries, and this process is, let's say, highly tuned to mild processing and increased cost effectiveness. And just as a quick explanation of the process, it's a typical organosolv process. So we can take a wide variety of different feedstock types, and these are typically pre-extracted to remove non-lignocellulose components. And these components, these extractives, can then be valorized separately. And so we use water and acetone for the pre-extraction. And then the lignocellulose-enriched feeds, they go to a fractionation step at 140 degrees C with 50% acetone. And this solubilizes most of the lignin and the hemicellulose. And what you get is a cellulose-enriched pulp, what comes out of the process. And in the liquid, with most of the lignin and hemicellulose dissolved, this goes to a distillation step for acetone recovery and subsequent lignin precipitation. And what remains is an aqueous fraction with mostly hemicellulose sugars. And from these three intermediates, you can go to different, let's say, conversion steps. So for the lignin, you can make lignin fractions and apply lignin directly. Or what we do a lot is partial depolymerization to cleave the lignin to make smaller lignin oligomers. For the hemicellulose hydrolysate, this can go to a concentration and purification step for fermentation to fuels and chemicals, or you can shift it towards the production of pharenics depending on market demand. And for the cellulose pulp, it's the same. It can be applied to directly material applications, or you can subject it to enzymatic saccharification to produce a glucose syrup. And as the Fabiola process is a typical organosolv process, in the past, commercialization of such processes have proven to be difficult because of the high processing cost. So we worked hard in the recent years to optimize the process towards higher efficiency. So I will show you some examples there. And what we did is a lot of development on the fractionation process itself. And it's a relatively mild processing, and then in combination with the use of acetone, this results in a good fractionation performance, but also a significant reduction in biorefinery cost and energy demand. And besides that, the corrosion is within industrially acceptable limits, and we have limited acetone chemical loss. So that's, let's say, the basics of this process development. And in the next step, we developed the biomass pre-extraction process. So this allows us to flexibly process a wide variety of different feedstocks. And so this allows for separate extract valorization, but also improves overall processing. It reduces corrosion and improves the biorefinery product quality. This process has now been validated at the pilot scale using facilities of Fraunhofer CBP in Germany, where we fractionated industrial-sized wood chips using very low liquid-to-solid ratios. And also the combination of pre-extraction and fractionation is now optimized for wheat straw on the pilot scale. What is new is we recently designed a new process. So we shifted from batch-wise processing to semi-continuous processing. And in this new processing, we maintain the robustness and the process intensity of the batch-wise processing, but we significantly improve the biorefinery output quality. So on the right side, you see the average fractionation results of beechwood, wheat straw, roadside grass, and almond shells. And number one is then the batch-wise processing of the feedstocks. Number two is the batch-wise processing of pre-extracted feedstocks. And number three is the semi-continuous processing of, again, pre-extracted feedstocks. And what you see is that hemicellulose solubilization was already at a quite high level, but is slightly improved. But what is really improved is the sugar yield, because you have better processing, better conditions, and so you have less sugar degradation. So this high yield is important. And for feedstock delignification, we see the same thing, that delignification is improved over these steps. And what is really important for our process is lignin quality. And this is here represented by the number of ethers, linkages remaining in the lignin. And what you can see is that pre-extraction does not improve the lignin quality itself, but it does improve greatly the lignin purity, which is not represented in this graph. But for example, by pre-extraction, you remove proteins, organics, and fatty acids. So in the process, these compounds do not co-precipitate with the lignin or condense to the lignin. And this makes a large difference in lignin purity. And then if we apply our semi-continuous process, then lignin quality is further improved to a beta O4 of average 20 beta O4 linkages per 100 aromatic units. So these are, let's say, in terms of biorefining and the flexibility and the energy use, this is a large improvement from, let's say, the reference organosolv processes. Another part we worked on is the lignin processing. So typically, we, let's say in the field, dilutive precipitation was applied. And basically, this means that you dilute the liquor with 3 parts of water or hydrolysate. And this has the difficulty of processing large liquid flows. You have a lower lignin yield, and you have the complexity of fishing out these lignin fragments afterwards from the hydrolysate, so the non-precipitated lignin. And the lignisep process is now, let's say, a large improvement because this allows the direct precipitation without dilution, and you get a full lignin yield in a non-sticky granular form, so it's easily isolated from the hydrolysate. And as you can see from this picture, is that the typical organosolv lignin contains larger fragments and smaller fragments, and this is not ideal for many applications. So the process that's being now developed by Max Planck Institute is the lignifrac process, where we can, let's say, stepwise precipitate the lignin directly from the liquor, so the larger fragments first and the smaller fragments later. And this gives a major advance because the smaller fragments you can apply in polymer applications, and for example, the larger lignin fragments can go to carbon fibers. However, the market for smaller lignin fragments is much larger than for the larger lignin fragments. So TNO and Utrecht University have developed a partial depolymerization process to make smaller lignin oligomers. And this process we are also taking in Biorizon in a collaboration with VITO and in a connection with the lignin value plant. And the application of these lignin oligomers in, for example, polyurethane coatings has shown that the reactivity is increased, you have more cross-linking, and you get way more flexible coatings if you use these reactive fragments. I added some reference because most of our process is fully detailed in literature, so for the online version you can look it up. Then the application side, so we have a number of, let's say, well-established applications in the more known bio-based applications, such as cellulose packaging, hemicellulose sugar fermentation to fuels and chemicals, and lignin in coatings, foams, and resins. And like many others in the field, we were initially focusing on the direct use of these intermediates in separate value chains. And then we came to realize that we somehow missed the opportunity of next generation biorefineries when you have all these different building blocks at your disposal to use them and combine them again into new products. So examples are, for example, lignin-based polymers with sugar-derived cross-linkers, lignin furanics resins, or cellulose PLA mixtures. And by, let's say, combining different building blocks in a product, you can go to fully bio-based products with tailored properties. And so we're doing quite some work in that direction. Unfortunately, a lot of these developments are confidential, and as always, so I decided to take more of a thematic approach for the applications. And what you can do is just select sectors that have a high impact on climate change. And one of them is textiles. We have a European project here where for the application of cellulose from our Fabiola process in textiles. But for example, it's also interesting to look at bio-based synthetic yarns and hydrophobic coatings from the different building blocks we have available. Another field is the automotive industry, where really high performance materials are needed. There you can think about the production of carbon fibers from lignin, or take again the the pool of different building blocks you have at your disposal and go for composite materials, tire fillers, or tire resins. And we have 2 projects there. We have one new JTF project, which is then mostly focusing on shipping fuel, but also possibly lighter blends. And we have a very interesting EU project, Hyperlignum, and this is for the development of bio-based electronics. And one example there is to build bio-based chips who can continuously measure car tire pressure, for example. Then no doubt the biggest field is the construction sector. And the good thing about the construction sector is that structures like housing are meant to last. So it's a perfect opportunity to store carbon for a longer period. Here you can think about the conversion of sugars to biometric acrylic acid to be used in paint formulations and resins. The already more well-established use of alveolar lignin in foams coatings and resins. But also, again, the interplay between different bio-based building blocks to go to, let's say, board materials from the cellulose fibers, and then use bio-based adhesives, bio-based coatings, and also tune this for increased circularity. And we have also a new project, the Better Bio-based Building Blocks, who is also focusing on improvements for the construction sector. So another field is packaging. Packaging field is already a bit more advanced, also from pulp from other outlets, let's say. But what's really interesting there is to use lignin and sugar derivatives to tune the packaging properties, so improve its moisture resistance and its gas barrier properties, for example. So you can then again use different building blocks to tune product characteristics. And last but not least, the agriculture, as the biorefinery benefits from processing of agricultural residues, it's also good to think about bio-based solutions for the farmers. One interesting option is the development of mulching films, bio-based mulching films, and the use of lignin, aromatics, and furanics in crop protection measures. And what is really, let's say, important for the future is the use of fertilizer, to reduce the use of fertilizer as compared to the current situation, and use biomass, nutrients, and recycle that back to land to maintain healthy soils. Shortly, the process economy. What we see in our models is that the best economy is obtained when you go to material applications. So for the cellulose in material applications, for this hemicellulose conversion to chemicals, and lignin application in polymers. And then, for example, if you would go for the hemicellulose to bioethanol, then during this fermentation process, you lose some carbon as CO2, so you have less sustainability, but also less product value. And if you would also convert the cellulose by enzymatic saccharification to monomeric sugars for conversion to chemical building blocks, you add an additional processing step. So this all adds cost. And then at the low end, if you would go for bioethanol from both the sugars and a lower value lignin application, then the process is not viable anymore. So what's the outlook for next year? That's a good thing about adding the biorefinery technology to Biorizon, is that it has a lot of synergy with the sugar horizon and the lignin horizon. So next year we're going to work on further integration thereof. And what is a main target for next year is the exploring options for the Fabiola demo plant or tolling, and go for really the next step in scale-up. And what is important there is a little bit the chicken and the egg story. So we need to have TRL6 validation of some value chains. So basically, you need this validation to get towards a demonstration plant, but you need a demonstration plant to produce enough lignin and sugars for the validation trials. So this is definitely something we will work on next year. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjan. That certainly was a lot, and a lot of fresh ideas and creativity. Thanks for that. We do have time for one question from the audience before we go into the break. I guess it's a question from the Green Chemistry Campus.
Hi, my name is Mariam Ahmed. I got a small question for the chemical process you use. Is there any kind of radiation treatment during the process? Did you try that? UV light, infrared, any kind of radiation during the process? That's my question.
No, because our focus is on maintaining real, let's say, robustness and process intensity and cost effectiveness. And so we try to keep it as simple as possible, because you can see that already this whole development is complex as it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that question and for the clear answer, Arjan. Keep it simple, stupid, that's usually a good advice also. That brings us to the matchmaking and lunch break. We have an hour and a half. So back here at 1:30 for the next presentation and of course leading up to our keynote. Matchmaking is at the tables here in the back and the tables over there. The lunch is served downstairs. So where you enter, there's this big stairs downstairs. People who are fully booked in the matchmaking, don't worry, some sandwiches will be served at the matchmaking tables if needed. Although I would say the lunch downstairs, there's some extra options that you can try out. I would really advise that. So please enjoy the matchmaking, the lunch, and see you back here 1:30 sharp.
Hey, oh, let's go. Ja, give me a ik weet het niet.
Ik denk het, ja. Dus met die online stream, het is toch midden. Hello, good afternoon, everybody here, physical in Rotterdam and also online at home. Good to have you all back after the break and after the matchmaking. Ready for the second part. We have 4 great stories for you before we go into the next round of matchmaking and networking. So, as you can see, it doesn't want to shift gears, but our next speaker is Mr. Paul Könst of our Biorizon team, telling us all about Horizon 2 with the sugar furan chemistry. Paul, we're finding out today that we have a lot of connections with Rotterdam, actually, from the Biorizon team. Paul lived here for quite a while. He's used to getting around by bike everywhere. And he's recently been promoted to Dordrecht. That's the city where I was born, so it's truly is a good promotion. But still he likes to come to Rotterdam. And Paul is a proud father of 2 kids. Mine are 28 and 30, and Paul, yours are 2 and 4, so that's a handful. Enjoy it, and we're looking forward to your contribution for today.
Thank you, Joop, for your kind introduction. And welcome everybody here. Finally, a live event again in beautiful Rotterdam. So I think we're really lucky here. So it has been mentioned in earlier talks today that if you want to move to a sustainable society, we need to make the transition from fossil-based carbon to renewable carbon. And to do this, we have 3 options. The most obvious option, I think, is recycling, to use the carbon that we already have and to keep it in the loop and to reuse it. Unfortunately, recycling is not a 100% solution, maybe 40%, 50%, because of efficiency, but also because not all applications are suitable for recycling. So then we have 2 options that we need to replenish the carbon loop, to keep the carbon loop going and to keep it full. And those 2 options are CO2 and biomass-derived renewable carbon. And if you talk about larger functionalized molecules, then biomass, which is rich in these larger functionalized molecules, is the logical options. And it is Biorizon, the sugar horizon amongst them, that is providing this biomass-derived renewable carbon solutions. So we see that there's an increasing demand. We have heard that from the industrial parties this morning earlier, that there's an increasing demand for renewable building blocks, for bio-based building blocks with a variety of functionalities. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we see that there's an increasing availability of residual sugars. They are coming from established and upcoming biorefineries, for example, the Fabiola process that's in development. And those biorefineries, they are focused today mainly on C6 sugars, for example, for the production of fibers or feedstock substrate for fermentation to produce bioethanol. but they also produce residues, residual sugars. And among those sugars, there's also hemicellulose. That's a non-edible sugar. And these hemicelluloses are today not valorized to their full potential. So what we do at the Sugar Horizon, we develop technology that allows the conversion of these residual sugars, this hemicellulose, for example, to furanic platform molecules, and then those furanic platform molecules in a wide variety of bio-based building blocks. And in that way, we provide increased valorization potential for the biorefineries on one hand, and on the other hand, we provide a wide variety of building blocks, renewable building blocks that will allow the chemical industry and the brand owners to have sustainable solutions. And in the end, of course, that will lead to a sustainable society. So what is the driver behind these developments that we do? So we have, in the last 10 years, we have built up a team of experts. We have built up know-how, IP, and we have built up infrastructure. Infrastructure that's now in Bergen-op-Zoom and in Delft. And this toolbox allows us to swiftly develop new and drop-in bio-based building blocks, to develop the routes that are required for this kind of building blocks. And we are able to swiftly scale this up, first in batch processes, which allows us to produce samples at kilogram scale, at multi-kilogram scale. And when this is successful, we are capable of designing scalable continuous processes up to TRL 5.6. And then, which is really important, I think, is that we are capable of producing samples, relevant samples, samples that allow the partners, the industrial partners, to test the new building blocks in their applications, in their labs. Because usually they are the expert in the application that they want to make sustainable. And these samples and the ability to test them, it's really important to convince them, but also in the end society, that we provide sustainable but also realistic solutions. So with this toolbox, we develop different technologies. We call them platform technologies, because with these technologies we can produce a wide variety of molecules. So we start from residual sugars, and then via furanic platform molecules, such as, for example, furfural, we can produce a wide variety of building blocks. And in these developments, we have three focal areas. The first one is the alignment of the residual sugars with the production of furanic platform molecules. And then we have two others. The second one is the conversion of these furanic platform molecules via Diels-Alder platform technology into 6-membered rings. So we go from a 5-membered ring to a 6-membered ring. And that allows us to produce drop-in aromatic structures, such as, for example, biophenol, bioaniline, biobenzaldehyde. But it also allows us to produce new molecules, 6-membered ring molecules, with the potential of new functionality. And then you can think, for example, about hydrogenated Diels-Alder adducts. Then, thirdly, we work on the conversion of these 5-membered ring aromatic furanic platform molecules via, for example, our hydrogenation and oxidation platform into a wide variety of furane building blocks. And these furane building blocks, they have 5-membered rings. They're also aromatic structures, but they are slightly different. So instead of this 6-membered ring, they have a 5-membered ring. The advantage is that they are more efficiently produced out of biomass, because we don't have to add an extra carbon. And they have the potential of new functionality. So that can be improved performance, can be improved biodegradability when that is desired, and it can lead to a reduced toxicity profile. So next, I will dive into a couple of examples of developments that we have done in the last year in different projects to give you an idea of what we are doing and what we are capable of. So the first example will be about the alignment of residual sugars for the production of furanic platform molecule 2-methylfurane. 2-methylfurane is a versatile platform molecule. You see it here on the lower right and also over there. And this molecule can be at the basis, for example, of bio-based surfactants, biosolvents, but it's also one of the key ingredients for Relement's bio-MPA. 2-methylfurane is produced from furfural, and the furfural is produced in the world, mainly in China, in South Africa, and the largest production facility of furfural is in the Dominican Republic. And there, the furfural is produced from the residues from the sugarcane industry. And I will explain to you shortly how this works, this production of furfural. So you have the residues from the sugarcane. This is impregnated with acid, and then it's exposed to steam. And with the heat of the steam and the acid, the sugar within the residues is converted to furfural. But unfortunately, because the mixture is very heterogeneous, the yields are mediocre, about 50%. And the furfural that's produced, that's the nice thing, is stripped with the steam out of the reactor and then is collected as a diluted condensate. So to get the furfural out of this condensate, you have to do some subsequent energy-intensive distillation steps. First to concentrate the furfural, and then you can isolate the furfural, of course, in the end with distillation. When the furfural is produced, it's shipped to Europe, where it's distilled again, and then in a gas phase hydrogenation process, it's converted into furfuryl alcohol, and that's one of the ingredients for foundry resins. So that's a nice application, actually. But the side product is then 2-methylfurane. At this moment, there is enough 2-methylfurane for the business of Relement. At this moment, there's enough, for example. But we foresee that in the future, with initiative within Biorizon, but also outside of Biorizon, we think that the demand for 2-methylfurane will increase. And therefore, at the Sugar Horizon, we have been developing a process which allows the conversion of aqueous hemicellulose streams that are coming from established and upcoming biorefineries in Europe to valorize them. And also, we have been working on a process, in addition, that's more efficient. And thereby, we have been working on enhancing the access to the sugar-derived 2-methylfurane platform molecule. So the process concept is as follows. We call it the telescoping process. We take in the aqueous hemicellulose, we convert it into our biphasic reactor, and in this reactor we also introduce a solvent. That's why we call it the biphasic reactor. And this solvent extracts the furfural, and thereby it separates the furfural from the aqueous phase, from the acidic aqueous phase. It protects it in that way, and thereby we can reach higher yields than in the industrial standard. And then the nice thing, the furfural is produced in a solvent, and if you choose your solvent correctly, it will allow you to use the furfural in the solvent directly in subsequent processes. So the furfural is carried with the solvent through the different processes, and that's the telescoping concept. So the furfural is telescoped through the different processes. The only thing that we have to do is to purify the furfural enough for the next reaction step. So it is a relatively light downstream processing step, purification step. And then this polished furfural can be used to do the hydrogenation, in this case a liquid phase hydrogenation, to produce the 2-methylfurane. This 2-methylfurane can then be distilled, or it can be used in the next reaction step, for example, for the production of a bio-based surfactant. So with this concept, we can improve the yield. We have improved heat integration because you use one solvent for subsequent reaction steps. You have limited downstream processing. We don't stop at furfural, which is a relatively unstable molecule. We go further to a more stable 2-methylfurane, and the 2-methylfurane is also more easily distilled because it has a lower boiling point. So in the last year, we have further developed this concept in the Bright Coatings project, which was also mentioned by Roger and by Joost. And in this project, we were able to use the feedstocks, the hemicellulose feedstocks available from Könst, a Dutch sugar manufacturer, from Lenzing, an Austrian fiber manufacturer, and Vertoro, which is an upcoming biorefinery concept. And we used their feedstocks to further develop this concept. We assessed different telescoping solvents, more than 25. We assessed different polishing strategies to come up with the polished furfural, and then we developed the hydrogenation process for liquid phase hydrogenation. We have demonstrated this concept in the end, in the second half of this year, in our facilities in Bergen op Zoom at Tierwell 4-5. So in our biphasic reactor, we produced the furfural, and then we telescoped this furfural into our plug flow hydrogenation reactor. So with this development, we are of course not yet to a commercial scale. There's still a lot of work to do, but this kind of demonstrations allowed us to learn more about the process, to set up a more realistic techno-economic model, to do a hotspot analysis, and with the lessons learned from these kind of analysis, we will further develop the process in the coming year in the earlier mentioned project, better bio-based building blocks. So next to the development of enhancing the accessibility to furanic platform molecules, we are also developing novel bio-based building blocks. And for that, we have developed the following approach to do that. Because we at the Sugar Horizon, we know how to develop new, or how to invent new structures, how to make them, to develop a scalable process, and in the end also to produce samples at multi-kilogram scale. But we are not the specialists in applications. So for that, we like to team up. We like to team up with the companies and the research institutes that are the specialists in applications. So what we do, when we have a project together, we sit together at the beginning of the project in a so-called pressure cooker, and we ask the application companies, we ask them what kind of functionality they're looking for, and then we can come up with the molecules based from sugar, based from furanic platform molecules that will match those functionalities. We will make a selection together with this application partner, and then we from the Sugar Horizon, we go to the lab and produce first tens of grams of sample. And the goal of this is to get a first idea of the synthesis, and also to allow the partners to do a first characterization. From this, we will draw our first conclusions, and then we make a selection of the most promising molecules. And this molecule we will next then scale up to a kilogram scale production, and this kilogram then allows the partner to do an actual application test and to do some first developments. Again, after this, you already guess it, we have another evaluation, and then we decide, will we continue or will we go back? And we will go back if we don't have a positive result, and we will come up with new structures. Because, yeah, there's a lot of possibilities when you start from furanic platform molecules. But if we decide to move forward, then we go to a third phase, and there the focus is on the development of a scalable process and also the production of the samples at multi-kilogram scale, which of course allows further process developments or application development. But at the end of phase 3, and this is really important, we will have a scalable protocol, which will either allow this to be transferred to a contract manufacturer for scaled-up production. That's the route that Relement is following, or it can be at the basis of the development of a pilot facility. So in the past year, we had two kinds of this. We had two building block development projects, and one of them is the Interreg BioCap project, a project coordinated by Vito. And in this project, we developed together with Centexbel and with Avans bio-based polyols and plasticizers with the goal to enable sustainable textile and plastic applications. So in this case, we also started off with a pressure cooker session. Centexbel, which is a Flemish textile institute, they told us what kind of functionality is desired for the textile applications. Avans told us what is desired for plasticizers and plastic applications. For example, they have a lot of knowledge about bioplastics. And what's also nice in this kind of phases, the partners can bring in their tools. And in the case of Avans, this was a Hansen solubility parameter tool. And this tool allows to see how well the imagined plasticizer interacts with the plastic, and thereby you can predict if it will be successful or not. From this, we selected the most promising candidates, and halfway this year, we delivered 8 first-of-its-kind plasticizer and polyol samples to both Centexbel and Avans, and they already have seen interesting, promising results. In the meanwhile, at the Sugar Horizon, we continued with the production of a second round of bio-based plasticizers and polyols, and we hope to deliver them later at the beginning of next year. And again, here the purpose is, after these 2 rounds of trying and characterization on small scale, the aim is to produce kilogram scale samples and then to test them in applications to make a tangible result. Because that's also important if you want to convince, for example, politicians or society, people, you have to come up with tangible results to show them what you have done and what you are capable of. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose what kind of plasticizers we have produced, but I put an example in the slide. You see here in the green box, you see a bio-based plasticizer, which was developed by a German university in collaboration with BASF. And this plasticizer can also be produced via a Diels-Alder technology from furanic platform molecules. And this plasticizer can replace, they have shown that, can replace the fossil-based plasticizer DEHP. And DEHP is a plasticizer that is used in PVC, and it's suspected of having toxic properties. And this new plasticizer is not only bio-based and therefore more renewable, but it also has a lower toxicity effect. So that's double more sustainable. Then another project that we have been working on is a project, a joint development with Henkel, and I'm really excited about it. I already announced it in the previous Biorizon event. The goal of the Sugar Horizon together with Henkel is to produce bio-based surfactants with improved properties and improved biodegradability. And Henkel is one of the top 3 surfactants producers, and they are true experts in the field of surfactants. So that's why we are really thrilled to work together with them. And of course, we are there to bring our expertise in the field of furanic building blocks. So I think it's a nice match together. Also with them, we started off with a pressure cooker, and they were very well capable of telling us what kind of functionality they desire. So you talk about, for example, ionic functionality, what kind of length of fat chain is desired, those kind of things. And they also have a tool, they have many tools actually, but one of the tools they had was a biodegradability model with which they can predict which molecules are biodegradable. So they became, as TNO, as Sugar Horizon, we introduced more than 25 surfactants molecules at the beginning, and they were very well capable of saying like, oh, this one is biodegradable, this one is not likely. But in the end, you always have to synthesize the molecules and you have to test them. So the tools are nice and they will help us to direct, but in the end, you really have to test it. And that's also why it's really important to produce samples. In the meanwhile, we have delivered several bio-based surfactants to Henkel, and I'm certainly not going to tell you what they look like. They have been, some of them have been characterized. There are some promising results. We are, in the meanwhile, at Sugar Horizon, producing another batch of samples, and at I think halfway next year, we will see which molecules are worthy to scale up potentially. And of course, I'm very happy that Kira Neubauer from Henkel is here to deliver a keynote talk later in this afternoon. Okay, so next to the enhancing the accessibility to sugar-derived platform molecules and the development of new bio-based building blocks, we are also in the development of bio-based processes. And the goal here is to allow the bio-based chemistry, the bio-based economy, to advance, to further broaden their portfolio of bio-based building blocks. As I say here, to expand the renewable carbon horizon. And a nice example of how we do that is in the Bio-aromatics project, which is coordinated by Wageningen University and Research Center. And this nice consortium of industrial partners and research partners has the goal to develop 3 bio-based routes to aromatic building blocks. And at the end of in this consortium, at the end of the value chain, there are some very nice application partners that are very willing to test the samples that we will produce in their applications. And there's some crème de la crème of the bio-based building block development in the Netherlands. There's Avantium, BioBTX, Relement, Wageningen University, of course, and also TNO. We are all developing routes to bio-based building blocks. And as the Sugar Horizon, in this project, we are developing oxidation infrastructure and strategies which will allow to oxy-functionalize the building blocks that these companies are producing, and that will allow them to expand their portfolio by adding more functionality. This will increase their business potential on one hand, but on the other hand, the application partners also have a larger availability of bio-based building blocks. So in that way, we help to expand the options of renewable building blocks. So in this project, as the Sugar Horizon, we do catalyst screening and development. We do process development. And what I want to emphasize is that it's really important to have a good purification strategy, because in the end, the purification strategy will determine if you have a sample that can be applied in an application or not. And then within this project, we developed 2 kinds of infrastructures. We have a block flow oxidation unit for the conversion of furfural to biomaleic anhydride, and an oxidation infrastructure to be able to produce oxo-functionalized aromatics at multi-kilogram scale. So our ambitions for 2024, our ambition is to keep going with our toolbox of people, our team, expertise and infrastructure for the development of bio-based building blocks. And in this case, we keep on focusing on enhancing the access to sugar-derived platform molecules, the development of additional sugar-derived building blocks. So we want to expand it with 2 new product portfolios. One of them will be directed to the Growth Fund Circular Bio-based, so it will be polyester building blocks. And then, of course, we will continue with bio-based process development, such as our oxidation infrastructure. And we also want to further develop our biophenol platform. I see that my time is up, almost. But I'm at my last slide. If you are interested in our developments, if I triggered you, please come to me or come to Nathan. Nowadays, Nathan has a really beautiful beard, but I think you will still recognize him. Yeah, so come to us, come talk to us, and we will discuss the possibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. And I know you can talk for hours about this. It's exciting, this whole new world of furan chemistry and using the functionality out of nature. So great. But I also wanted to save you time for at least one question from the audience. So who has a question for Paul before we move into the next topic? No questions here. You have been utterly clear.
I hope so, yeah.
Or maybe complicated. Nathan, anything online? No? Okay, then it helps us stay on schedule. Maybe everybody's just trying to help me. That feels good. Thank you. Paul, thanks again. We don't give ourselves olive trees, so I'm sorry for that. You have to do with a pat on the back. Yeah. So next up is another presentation of the progress in the Biorizon program itself, where Paul covered Horizon 2 Karolien is going to enlighten us on Horizon 3, and that will be the lignin to products horizon, and there's a lot happening there, so I think you hardly need any introduction, Karolien. I was thinking about fun facts, and the theme of today is kind of bicycling, and I know you love that a lot, and you even have a speed pedelec to go like 50 kilometers to work and back at the end of the day. Plus, Karolien's son was in the national top of Flanders or Belgium in cycling. And if you know the level of cycling in Belgium, that's quite impressive. So something to be proud of. And we're looking forward to your talk about the progress, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Joop. Indeed, so it's a pleasure to be here. And also, when preparing the slides, actually, often you're just in the rush of the day, but now it made me look back. And I thought, we did quite a bit, actually. So I hope you're convinced as well after my talk. So my talk will be on lignin to functional poly, between brackets, aromatics. And it has everything to do with lignin and getting lignin to be upgraded, modified, to get it to be used in different types of materials and applications. I'm going to start with some key achievements in the hope that that's the minimum you will remember of the whole presentation, because I know afternoons are sometimes a bit harder. So the first thing we did is build an extensive database on lignin and its characteristics, including more than 52 lignin providers. And yeah, I think a lot of you know that if you exchange samples, it often goes with a lot on MTAs and NDAs. So all of them have, let's say, a lot of them and others have been sampled and modified, and all of these samples, it's more than 190, they have been characterized as well, fully for compositional analysis, as well as different, let's say, characteristics important for its development to materials, like functionality, molecular weight, and solubility. And what we did as well is then look into correlations or relationships between the lignins and its solubilized or depolymerized lignins or fractions, as well as to the material properties. The other thing that we built is, on the depolymerization side, infrastructure, both for lab and pilot, and it's in place. The last unit, I'll give a glimpse later, will come in January. So I think that was a huge work. And besides that, we got the technology to work. So that is, meanwhile, the technology allows to do continuous depolymerization for more. At this moment, we're at 80 hours, so more than 75 hours. And we have been able to produce depolymerized lignins for collaborators. A few of you already mentioned it before, but I'll have a glimpse of the portfolio of projects we're working in. There is different partners as well. And so more than 5 kilo has been produced and exchanged. Mentioned before as well, we do pay a lot of attention to techno-economic assessments, because we know that technically it needs to work, but also economically you need to have an idea that it's feasible. So we developed a model and we looked into the sensitivity analysis on the key parameters to guide us to make it feasible at both technical and economical level. And also there is some information in the left graph on the CO2 footprint. So the 3 left bars are actually some fossil-based compounds. The 2 right ones are, I don't know if it works. Yes, okay. The 2 right ones are actually bio-aromatic compounds derived from different type of lignins, and you see that, yeah, depending on where you compare it to, that there is a serious reduction possible in the footprint. The other figure shows the potential for, let's say, is there a benefit in terms of toxicity, and that's also what we do continuously now, that the products we make from lignin fractions, depolymerized lignin, we look into how the toxicity profile looks like. And in this case, what you see is, so our colleagues looked to the natural hormone is this one, and it has a certain toxicity profile. The red one is the fossil-based, and the green, it has a lower value, so that means it's better. It has less toxic potential. So looking to polymers and materials, so big part of the group works on polymer and material development. So we built the infrastructure for thermomechanical characterization and processing over the past years. The list is there. And also developed some industry prototypes. So examples, some of them, very small samples, are available at our stand as well. So it's just nice to see that there is really tangible products as well. And we build an IP portfolio because we do think it's important that it goes hand in hand. Let's say the products you make, that you also are able to use it afterwards in whatever application a company wants to develop. So that brings me to, in the roadmap, what we are doing. So we start from lignin, we process it to make it something that can be used to develop different types of products and materials. When it comes to lignin, there is a lot to do in the field. So we have a group of people working towards the market assessment or looking into the markets of lignin. And they made this plot a year ago. It has been updated. The numbers still look quite the same. So there is an amount of craft, commercial, the first commercial lignin available. There is the potential for hydrolysis on the left. It's big. But a lot below those numbers are changing. So I think people, I met a few people here already, they know a lot is changing in the field. There is a lot of announcements made as well, which are positive, like Metsa Group and Andres plan a demo plant. Stora Enso and Valmet collaborate to develop next generation lignin, although the sadder news was that they stopped their production in the Finland plant. Mercer made an announcement in Germany to build a plant. Then there is also some announcements on the application side and our own announcement on Biorizon partner VITO launches the lignin value. I'll give you some pictures later. So the potential is there. So how to just use the lignin and make sure that we can get it to work in different types of applications. So the platform that we use is actually a two-stage process. So it's a dissolution step and a catalytic hydrogenolysis step. The overall train is it's a continuous processing, and that's what makes us unique. So if you run it through, so it has different conditions, what comes out is bio-aromatics, and depending on the feedstock you start from, you get a mixture of monomeric compounds and oligomeric compounds, and the composition is different also, not only depending on the lignin feedstock, but also the processing conditions. There is always a residual lignin left, and that's also to be, of course, valorized and used in different types of products and materials. So I'm really happy that we can also launch the trademark. So let's say based on all the lab testing, we have a trademark, lignovalue. You see that it's still a big, it looks a bit different. It's also, the technical spec sheet is covering all of them. So we have a technical spec sheet available, which makes it easier to talk to companies, because then they can really see, like based on what they need, how the functionality looks like or whatever they want. And based on that, we can tune and see how the process should look like. And of course, the next state is then upscaling. So looking to the pilot units, on the dissolution stage, this is the unit that will arrive in January. So it's Pillar 2. It's actually a funded project in Flanders by the Moonshot program. And it will be delivered at VITO Sustainability Park. That's the new name of the pilot site. I'll give you some pictures later as well. And that is the first stage where we can either extract or dissolve lignin and get it into different types of building blocks or fractions. The second stage is this catalytic hydrogenolysis installation. That's the beast. It's actually both beast, but okay. So this one is the one that was installed, and we started to operate now, so on water, and then there is a plan to go and get it up and running the coming months. And besides that, we succeeded in getting an additional project where we can extend the infrastructure on the post-processing as well, because of course once you get your bio-aromatics, you still need to process it a bit afterwards to make sure that the product can be delivered to whoever wants to test it. And also on the handling of the feedstock, we are investing in a few additional units. Then the pilot side, because of course the two installations, they need to stand somewhere. A lot of utilities are needed as well. So that is what has been developed. So what you see here is actually that on the inside part, so there is a big building, there is the ligno value. At the outside part, there will be the pillar, and the rest of the site has been developed to store a lot of stuff and chemicals, and also to have all the utilities in place to make sure that the operations can run. So this is how it started, I think 1.5 years ago. From the picture, it looked quite empty. And yeah, this is how it looks like now. So it's really becoming, or has become, a small chemical plant. And yeah, we're excited to really get it started now. Then, looking to the technology platform. So we started really small, in small batch tests. We moved to continuous mini system, and then to the big. That is the trajectory that we run. And each of them has different outputs, and each of them has different purposes, of course. The technology highlights on the continuous mini system. So what we started to do is actually with the mini system, we work on a solubilized lignin feed, and we get it through our catalytic bed with hydrogen. And then there is different, let's say, parameters that we tune. We use mild temperatures. We control product selectivity because of the catalytic process and get moderate monomer yields. But there is the possibility to broaden the depolymerization with the same equipment and know-how. And that's what we did. So it's possible to also look into thermal solvolysis of biomass using the same equipment, where you apply higher temperatures, you get low selectivity and relatively low monomer yields, but the potential to use it in applications is different. And the other side is you use a catalytic depolymerization of lignin starting from biomass and connected to the catalytic bed that is under low temperature. Product selectivity can be controlled here as well, and high monomer yields. So this allows also, I think, for depending on what type of application you would be looking for, the flexibility in the system or the versatility in the system. But before we go to this mini system, to this continuous system, we actually always screen a lot of things rapidly in the small batch tests. The reaction conditions, the catalysts, the lignin feedstocks, we characterize them, the feedstocks, the reaction products, and the catalyst to have a clue what we can expect. And it's exactly this correlation, I think it's also mentioned by TNO before, what makes it, I think, a smooth process. Let's see how it goes when we run the pilot, but yeah, that's the idea to really have the full train in place. Some results on the lab continuous depolymerization system, so the middle strategy that we started with, and that's the one that will be upscaled first. So it starts from an individual lignin. The lignin is being solubilized. It goes through your catalytic bed. And what you get is collections in function of time of the product with a reduced molar mass. You cleave your ether linkages, and you get monomers formed, depending on your starting material, of course. Then what we typically do is we look into GPC profiles. It's the upper graph you see. The black is the feed. There is let's say, a system that is only looking to the non-catalytic effect. It's the light green, I don't know if you see. But what's important is that the two others, milder temperature, higher temperature, they do show a clear shift to a lower molecular weight fraction, which is exactly what we aim for in the depolymerization, to get a lower molecular weight, which is more handleable to material development. And the lower part, that's actually showing the product composition over time. And this shows, you can just look to the big blocks, there is a lot of different compounds. So the yellow is the acid content, there is some uncondensed, condensed compounds that we monitor, but it looks like a stable product quality over time. And that's also interesting. There is a bit of a shift in molecular weight, but yeah, so the product composition is okay. So from that processing side, we have these depolymerized lignins, and then what we have been doing since I think 2016 meanwhile, is also looking to material development and polymer development. And so a big focus has been on the construction sector, where the use of the house is fun because everybody understands as well. So what we did in the past is actually, on the left side, you see that we developed a lot of different things. We developed lignin-based phenolic insulation foams together with some companies. There is a movie made by Kingspan on that as well. We also did lignin-containing sealants, development with a company. Also, Kaneka has a movie on that from last year's Biorizon event, I think. And also we worked on lignin-based epoxies. Part of it has been mentioned by Nikki before from Westlake, and on polyurethanes. What we have been doing, and what I'm going to just quickly highlight to you, is the new developments, let's say, over the past year, which is through lignin-based acrylic materials and lignin-based reversible groove for eco-design. So for the acrylics, what we did in previous work is actually look to different tailored lignin fractions and then apply the chemistries like polyurethane or phenolic resins or epoxies to it. And now we used the same tailored lignin fractions, but combined it with the acrylate chemistry. And this is what you see here. So by combining it together, the chemistry is now developed. What we need to do further is look into the formulation and curing, and also study more the basic properties. So this is an acrylic film. This is made because we have an ongoing collaboration with a PhD with the University of Brussels as well. And the future opportunities here. So we look for interest, collaborations with industry there, who are eager to look into new applications from acrylated lignin fractions for instance, coatings or inks or adhesives. And what you see here, I think it's the 3D printed stuff from this, potentially from these acrylic materials. And the other example is the adhesive part. So in the past, we worked towards lignin-based adhesives using the chemistries that I mentioned before. And now the new development is that it's a fully bio-based lignin adhesive with additional functionality, and that is the reversibility. So the reversible bonding and debonding on demand. So here you see it's a trademark as well. It's called LignoSwitch, and it's combining a lignin which has been modified that combines with this bismalamide compound. And if you just bring it together, you get like an adhesive property, but by heating it up, it debonds again. And this is a bit what you see in the second part. So here it's for wood, but it also applies to metal supports. And then you can just get it together, it glues, and then you see that by heating it up, you can really just debond it, and your support, your wood structure still remains. And this is a way to show that it works. So by gluing some things together, you can debond it, take a different shape, and then repeat and repeat. So that brings me to the project portfolio. I think it's important to mention that what you can see here as well in this slide is that we work over the value chain. So, and that's also what the projects show. So you see a bit of a shift, and it's because some of them, they start to collaborate early on with here the providers of the biomass or lignin. With others, we work on the development of the processes, and for others, we work on the application side. And what you see on the right side is a glimpse of some of the partners that we work with. I didn't put all of them, but this is the ones you find also on the projects. It's publicly available. Then I'd like to give a highlight of two projects that just recently started. There is the Live Viable, which has been mentioned before, which is running for a while on epoxies. But this one just started actually as of 1st of September. It's a European project funded by the CBE. VITO coordinates this project, and it's about cost-effective production of lignin platform chemicals, extending the bio-based chemicals portfolio. So we work here together with two lignin providers, Fibonol and Bloom. We work on the depolymerization, and then providing the different fractions for which the different parties, including Soprema, who also presented before, but also Castamone, for instance, and Braskem are partner in this with us, next to some others, working to cover the applications from the low value to the high value. It's also an innovation action. That means we also need to deliver at scale. So it's a project of around almost 7 million euro. And what's also interesting is the collaboration with Utrecht University, who works with us on getting the process more stable by applying some digital tools. And besides the countless European projects, we also just recently started an Interreg project. It's the BioCap project. We just met yesterday again, and it's also really exciting, also has been mentioned by some others. So the idea here is to establish a Biorizon Center for applications and products with premium properties, and the focus is on the construction and textile sector. Again, we work over the value chain, as you can see here. And the idea is, I'll come back to it later, that we really also want to strengthen and speed up the work that some SMEs in this field are doing, or startups, and get them to work with us, and there is a voucher available. So the project just started. It's a project for 3 years. Last June it started. And yeah, it has a focus on textile and construction with different partners like Campsee in Flanders for the bio-based building, with Avans as well, all the Biorizon partners, and Centexpel. So this is an open call for participation. Since we have the vouchers available, it means there is some funding that we can allocate to startups or SMEs who are interested to use some of the capabilities we have in all the partners like Centexpel, VITO, TNO. And can be from the front end side, if you have a feedstock you want to get tested, if you want a bio-aromatic sample you want to test, or an application where you look for a substitute. So either you talk to us here, or there is the email to which you can also get your first request subscribed, and then we'll contact you further. That brings me to the end, and it has been said by others as well, but the same is true here. So there is a big thank you to the whole SPOT team. It's a sustainable polymer technology team in VITO who is actually covering all these activities, both, let's say, the chemists, chemical engineers, as well as the polymer chemists. And I think the group looks happy, so we'll keep working like this, and let's hope we get some exciting news for you the coming period as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karolien. I think a very nice conclusion. The group looks happy. That's the best sign we can get. And since you did so well on the time management, maybe I can ask a question. And that is, you know, if we see all this progress with coming out of the lab and going into the pilot plant and hundreds of kilos, and we think a lot in value chains. Mm-hmm. If you are dreaming for your part that you can see so clear, what would be the ideal value chain to take to the market?
I think the ideal value chain, for me, it doesn't really exist, because it depends a lot on which are the companies willing to move ahead fast as well. And also, I guess the regulation needs to work together, because that's the level we didn't, I mean, you don't touch upon that if you stay in the lab. But if you move above, a ton a year, we'll run into these things.
You think about reach and stuff.
Yes, exactly. So I don't think there is an ideal value chain.
If you would take away all the barriers, you know, you can just...
Then I would say I would go with companies willing to move ahead and go for it and make it happen.
All right. I'm still a little bit puzzled,
yes,
but I hope everybody in the audience gets it. But we'll check. Any questions, anybody, for Karolien? Anything you ever wanted to know about lignin? Ruud.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting. In line with your last remark, are you going to pay the REACH penalties and the REACH fees for all these multiple constituent fractions? That is a lot of money. Are you going to do that, or the customer?
Yeah. So I hope we don't need to pay anything, but what we need to do is make sure that, let's say, the moment we go over the 1 ton product, this P-port system we need to get in place. So I see it as part of the development trajectory, as one of the next stages. We had it as a discussion during lunch as well with some of the companies. We need to get it in place. But that is true for every bio-based development, which is not a drop-in. So we just need to go over the hill and make sure that we get it in place. I was saying, I hope we can do it in a co-development trajectory, funded by Europe or whatever else. But we need to do it. There is no way around it.
Any other questions? Nathan has a question from the online audience.
Jauro Laura from Laura Consultants asked the question, what are the yields of the monomers?
The yields of the it was on one of the slides. So it depends on the starting material, but it can go from a few percentages. So yeah, I think on the slides was 5%, up to 40-50%, depending on your starting material, and you can also still tune it a bit with the process.
Thank you, Karolien. Any last question? Anybody? No, I think.
Time for coffee.
You've been very convincing. Well, actually, time for the next presentation.
Okay, also good. Thank you very much.
And we're going to. Thank you, Karolien. And we're going to shift gears here to Ronald Bakkes of the Port of Rotterdam. Port of Rotterdam, the largest port of Europe and one of the largest ports in the world. So a special place in that way, a large industrial area as well. And Ronald knows all about that. Also, he lives in Rotterdam. So he said, well, the concept of bicycling I can fully understand because I use my bike a lot as well. Maybe for the international audience, this is maybe a little bit a Dutch thing. We see a bike as a means of transportation, actually. Yeah? So you can travel by bike. Some cities, it's almost the only thing next to walking. But we're going to start with a video on the Port of Rotterdam.
Imagine a climate-neutral port. Energy from wind farms, carbon-neutral sailing, sustainable industry, a circular economy. A digital port with real-time data. A port where operations can be predicted. A port without waiting times. A port that saves time, money, and emissions by making the most of new technology. We're not there yet, but our mission is clear. The smartest port in the world and climate neutral in 2050. Only together we can become a sustainable port. Only together we can use digital technology to make our logistics smart. Only together we can remain a leader with major economic value, so we can remain relevant in a rapidly changing world. We won't sit back and wait. That's not in our DNA. We establish the foundations, the infrastructure, the services. We drive and forge coalitions. We achieve sustainability step by step. We use residual heat and store CO2, electrification and hydrogen, green and blue. We will create a circular industry. Our innovative capacity and strong business climate keep us working. We create great opportunities for smart hands and bright minds. Enough jobs for people and the treasures they hope to find. Port of Rotterdam, the future is now. Make it happen.
That connects good to the last remark that Karolien made. First of all, of course, congratulations to all of you with your 10th anniversary. And you might think, is the Port of Rotterdam not the stranger amidst us all? In one respect it is, because I won't show you any chemical processes, molecules, setups and things like that. But on the other hand, and also the short movie tells already a little bit about that, we're not the stranger amongst you, and hopefully you're also not the stranger within our port, because in the end we've been moving up and down, and new processes have come into the port. Refining industry was also new 100 years ago, 60 years ago. So I'll hopefully show you why you're more than welcome in a couple of years' time doing bio-aromatics also in the port. Some facts about the port. We're a number one European port indeed. I think on global scale we're number 11 or 12, but that's not so important anymore. 30,000 seagoing vessels annually visiting the port, about over 100,000 barges. We're already the major bioport in Europe already, I think also in the world, based on the veg oil cluster in the port, palm oil refining and biofuels production. And a lot of people working over almost 600,000 direct and indirect jobs through the whole port cluster. Our role as support of Rotterdam Authority, we are the landlord of the port, so we own the land in the port area and we lease it out to private companies. So they always, I've said, we have a very easy job, we do nothing, we just lease out land and then we get money and then that's done. But a lot of that money is being reinvested back into the port. And we hope to grow over the years, and already a lot of that industry which you see on the screen, I think I can manage. Okay, thank you. A lot of that is of course fossil based. I think right now of our total cargo flows in Rotterdam, around 70-75% is fossil based. Crude oil, coal, iron ore, chemicals, things like that. But that will change because like the mover already said, we want to move into a net zero carbon neutral port in 2050 and also already achieve a 55% CO2 reduction in 2030, which is indeed only 74 months, a little over 6 years going. So a lot needs to happen. We have scheduled that in kind of 4 pillars in the port. Pillar 1 is working on energy efficiency and infrastructure. So a lot of the pipeline development are, for instance, in there. And pillar number 2 is a new energy system based on electrification a lot, for which also pillar 1 is of course already is also needed. Pillar 3 is working towards a new raw material feedstock system, bio-based, so that's also why we are here. And pillar number 4 is working on sustainable transport, because we don't only produce here, but of course we are a port, so a lot of transport is being done here, so that needs to be sustainable also. So based on these 4 pillars, we are working. And a lot of the news, we're talking a lot about energy transition. That's also how the whole program is mentioned. But a lot and more, we're working also on the feedstock transition. So we try to separate these two. It's not only electrons we need, but we also need molecules. That's already what you also showed in the last presentation. And these molecules, they're working on carbon, so we need new carbon sources indeed next to the fossil ones. CO2 captured or biogenic CO2, biomass, waste-based, working on towards chemicals, plastics and fuels, all 3 of them, but also of course totally on the right, the circularity and recycling of all these products need to be done also. So that's what we are working on, and that's also why I'm here right now at the moment, and why we decided to sponsor this 10th annual meeting. Trying to, and the olive oil is a good example, to plant a little seed, so that in several years' time you might also be located in our port. And our ambition towards 2030 for this pillar 3 is to have 20% of the fuel and chemicals being produced in the Rotterdam on a sustainable and renewable fuels system. And then we have taken 2019, that was kind of the last normal year in logistics, before COVID, before the war in Ukraine, energy crisis, things like that. So then you're talking about 6.3 million tons of biofuels being produced in the port. but also almost 2 million tons. We now call it naphtha because as a kind of the starting point, but you can also think about other chemicals, of course. I think reaching that ambition at the moment is probably the easiest for the fuels, because a lot of these biofuels are already produced and a lot of new plants are being constructed or are planned. For naphtha, that's probably a little bit more difficult, but one of the advantages, for instance, of biofuels HVO production is that part of that is biopropane, bio-naphtha, so that you can use again in the chemical production field. So there's connections also between fuels and chemicals, and we want to make that as clear and also as heavy as much as possible, so that things can really happen within the 2030. And then we're talking about 10 billion tons of private investments. Our investment and support will be minimal related to those private investments. We're talking about big money. And also, of course, big plants mean also big money. But indeed, like you see, 26 million tons of CO2 reduction can be achieved from those renewable fuels and chemicals. To make it a little bit more concrete, here you see the whole ports, like already shown before, more than 40 kilometers as the crow flies. We're here at the city center. I put in 3 areas, 3 plants for you to be probably the most interesting at this level. Plant 1 being a company that has a lot of vergunningen, permits. Indeed, thank you. For all kinds of products being produced, they have utilities, and they also have some room for new companies coming in to either start up or scale up production, so they can run their plants there. And also at the RDM terrain, or in Merwe Vierhaven, that's the shortening. There are possibilities, and we're looking for scale up and startups in those areas to settle down there. And of course, also a lot of companies that would like to maybe invite companies on their own terrain to work together and use the land that they still have available to grow, and maybe also have some new production facilities there. To be honest, for really large scale, then I'm talking 10, 15, 20, 25 hectares. Land is very scarce. A lot of that is already taken or already planned, but never say never, and things are always changing. And especially when you're talking now about TRL levels of 3, 4, 5, probably before you come to 9, we're talking 10, 15, 20 years time. The refineries might have changed already a lot. So then on those lands, there might also be good options for bio-aromatics plants. Because I didn't mention that yet, Rotterdam is by far the largest fossil aromatic cluster in the port. If you're talking about the production of BTX, those products only, we're talking around production capacity of around 2 million metric tons. And also when you talk about cargo flows in bulk, you're also talking about 2 million metric tons of product being transshipped through the ports overseas. So indeed, already a large aromatic cluster, and hopefully also in some years' time a large bio-aromatic cluster. So that you see one of these chemical tankers, there's maybe a cargo of 5,000 tons of bio-aromatics shipped around overseas in these large tankers. So thank you and good luck further on.
Thank you very much, Ronald. Before we get to the thank you and the olive tree, first see if there's any questions for you. Very different approach. The real world, the astonishing numbers that you mentioned. Yeah, the lower TRL. Roger, you have a question.
Yeah, so you keep holding it. Thank you. Yeah, so interesting talk. And but from my point of view, a startup, I see the Port of Rotterdam is a bit absent in the startup world. So we have Camelot, we have Bergen op Zoom with a few hubs, and I see a lot of companies moving to Delfzijl. So what are you doing to attract startups to the harbor? Because I think you're going to need that.
A very good question. We do. I think you're right in the competitors in land use, because a lot of the companies that come to us are already a larger scale. Of course, that's what we are known for. But for instance, we have started up several years back Port XL, in which we try to attract. We have a system of helping startups. So they can come to us, they can enlist, and there's a kind of a competition from 20, 30 people that register to us. We pick, I think, 9 or 10, and we help them in a 3-6 months period with all work helped by companies in the port area to set up and scale up in those 3 to 6 months period. And that has already, we're looking for companies in logistics, of course, but also in energy or in chemicals or in energy transition. So that's one of the steps. And but indeed, you're right, and that's also why we decided to sponsor this event, to make you aware of that we're not only looking for million tons of products at the moment, but that in due time the port can also hopefully attract some of your activities. And I already saw a lot of names from companies and processes for which we already talk to new companies looking for possibilities in the port.
Yeah, certainly a lot of links. Thank you, Ronald, for the clear answer, and also for the good sponsoring, by the way. We have another question, and I also have a question myself, but I'll bite my tongue then. Herman.
Yeah, thanks for an interesting talk. Port of Rotterdam setting the standard for the future in terms of sustainability. Excellent. I just wondered, a lot of the questions today, or some of the remarks were about customers. The biobase needs customers. In how far is the Port of Rotterdam setting the standard there by being a customer itself for bio-based products, or setting standards for bio-based products from the companies in the Port of Rotterdam?
Nice question. In chemicals, probably not a lot yet, because I guess we don't use a lot of chemicals yet. But for instance, one of our major activities that emits CO2 in the port ourselves is continuous dredging. We need to dredge the port basins and the river all the time. So there are now new requirements if we ask companies to do a proposal for dredging, that their CO2 emission and the reduction of CO2 emission is one of the elements on which we can rank them. So we're definitely looking into it. Another object in our asset management is pavements of roads. So we're looking into that also, how we can do maybe bioasphalt. So there you come already a little bit into the direction. But it's definitely something that we're looking in all our different processes. But using chemicals is the smallest part in it. But it's definitely one of the things that we have in our processes. Yeah.
It's not specifically chemicals. It's bio-based products.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know that our boat in which we give boat tours, they sail on 100% HVO at the moment. So that's one of the examples. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And didn't you have that startup from sludge to bricks or to products in Rotterdam? I saw them pitch somewhere. Was quite in.
Not that
okay.
I'm aware of, but
maybe I'm mixing up the locations.
Could
hey, but I had a question myself, Ronald.
Yeah.
You mentioned the element of time, and we talked before about there's one moment that you can be in the right time. Yeah. But what do you see changing in the most recent years? Sometimes it feels like urgency and motivation is going up, but then there's also some problems with energy prices and geopolitical tension. So what do you see happening?
Definitely a lot. The companies which we talk to, we're talking a lot to people looking into gasification of waste. 6 years ago, we didn't. And also, I explained, one of my role is to do business intelligence, so I read a lot of news. For instance, one of the subscriptions we have is to ICIS News, probably well known to you. And the circularity, recycling has always been in the news. But suddenly, 5 or 6 years ago, I saw in these articles, suddenly the CEO coming by talking about circularity. And before that, that was not the case. So things change. I always say speed is something for which you do not have to come to a port, because things take time to develop. But in the end, volumes get higher. You need more, maybe you need to source your feedstock from not only from Europe, but also from South America or other regions. So suddenly a port comes into view as a good location to be in. Mm-hmm. But definitely things take time, and they also need time to develop. Olive trees also grow slowly. So
quite slow, yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Ronald.
Yeah. By the way, I just heard from my colleague who has some experience in olive growing. They are a perfect example of needing one another, because 2 olive groves grow better than 1. So, and I already have one back home. My harvest was 16 olives last year. So hopefully I'll put this one next to it, and I'll let you know what the harvest for next year is. Hopefully it's much more.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so that brings us to the most exciting part of today. Kira Neubauer of Henkel, and Kira said, well, about this cycling thing, I live in a valley, so I don't like to use my bike very often because, yeah, of course, if you live in a valley, you always start uphill, and that's not the right way. But then she said, well, whenever I'm in the Netherlands for holidays, I really like to bicycle, because we say in the Netherlands, it's flat like a pancake, so you can bike everywhere. Maybe some people from Limburg here who don't agree, but other than that, some very exciting stuff happening at Henkel and together with Henkel. And we're going to start by watching a video.
What if we could create a world with a healthy climate?
Where the planet's resources are respected.
And without pollution.
Where businesses act responsibly.
And all people are treated equally.
At Henkel, we act to reduce waste, energy, and water consumption in our production. And we create innovations that respect the planet's resources, like laundry detergents that clean clothes effectively at low temperatures, using less energy because there's no need to heat the water. We believe we can create the better world. It's up to all of us.
Yeah, welcome from my side. So I'm Kira Neubauer, and I'm really happy to be here today. We heard the whole day very interesting presentations, and I think we've done all together huge progress in the field of sustainability. So today I will give a talk about our sustainability strategy as Henkel consumer brands. So here you see some fast facts about Henkel. Henkel has 2 business units. The first one is
adhesive technologies, and the second one is consumer brands, where I'm working for. So consumer brands combined our laundry and home care business and beauty care business. Our leading brands are, for example, Loctite, Persil, and Schwarzkopf. Maybe you used in the morning a product from us, a shampoo or something else. We have more than 52,000 employees from 124 countries, and we are operating at 79 countries. And we have more than 174 production sites. So the agenda for today is to present you first our sustainability transformation at Henkel. Then I go in detail to our ingredient strategy for Henkel consumer brands. I will give you the impact how Biorizon tackle our sustainability transformation. At the end, we combine everything and creating value for our customers. So this is the value chain from the whole industry. So we start at our suppliers, then we take the raw material, bring this to a product as Henkel, and then we sell it to our consumer. Along the value chain, we have a lot of CO2 emissions. The CO2 emissions, mainly scope 1 and 2, at Henkel we can control. The CO2 emissions scope 3, we can contribute together with our suppliers and also influence together with our consumers. But let's have a look what we can do directly at Henkel. So our ambition is to be climate positive or have a climate positive operation at 2030. Therefore, we have a strategy first to reduce our energy consumption, for example, to be more efficient, and also replace the current energy by renewable energy, like with solar panels. And we are on a very good way, so we are carbon neutral at production and warehouses in Germany, Krefeld, Holthausen, Wassertrüding, Viersen, and also Montagnès. So here we did big steps in the right direction. So the second part is how we can influence our suppliers and how we can here, together with them, reduce our carbon footprint. And therefore, we as Henkel consumer brands has a clear strategy. The strategy based on 3 pillars. The first one is transformation. You see here in green. The second one is to create value. And the third one is to have transparency. So transformation means to transform our ingredients, also our packaging material, and all others, for example, the operations. And with all our efforts, it's important that we create value. So value for us, value for the world, but also for our consumers. And at the end, everything has to be transparent. So we need data, and for example, this we put in our sustainability report. And I will talk now about the transformation of our ingredients. So I come to the second part of this talk. Our ingredient strategy also based on 3 pillars. First, improve circularity. We heard here a lot about this. Second, again, reduce our carbon footprint. And third, increase transparency. To increase transparency, more or less, we have done our homework. So this means that the consumer or stakeholder can see which ingredients are in our products. It's on the pack, or you can use a QR code and look it up on the website. But to improve circularity and reduce carbon footprint, we as Henkel consumer brands have here strong ambitions. We will be at 2030, or we will use 100% degradable and also renewable raw materials. And we would like to be at 2040 CO2 neutral. How we are doing this? I think this is the main question at the moment. So to become circular, we use this graph. So you see from left to right, non-degradable and degradable. And from top to bottom, we see the carbon share. This was our ingredient portfolio when we start this journey. So you see a lot of ingredients, for example, polymers, perfumes, and dye, are non-degradable and made by fossil carbon. Surfactants, so we have a detergent regulation, they are degradable, but still in a lot of cases they are made by fossil carbon. Just enzymes, I mean, it's clear, they are made by renewable carbon and also they are degradable. And this is our future. So we at Henkel, again, we would like to use in 2030 100% degradable and also renewable raw materials. And how we can do this? So we have a clear strategy for the renewable carbon. I mean, we saw these pictures more or less several times today. For this, we use biomass, CO2 capturing, and also recycling. To be honest, at this point, CO2 capturing and recycling, it comes, but for the moment we stick to biomass because here we are more flexible. We have more opportunities. And therefore we have two strong partners. The first one is BASF and the second one is Shell, and we published this big deals for us. So we have the first big deal, the BASF deal. We use the BASF ingredients mostly for Europe. The timeline is this year starting till 2026. And we are able to replace over than 1,000 tons fossil feedstock per year. And with this, we can avoid 2,000 tons CO2 emission. We did more or less the same, so pendant for North America together with Shell. There's a timeline up to the year 28. With this, we can replace 2,000 tons 2,000 tons fossil feedstock with renewable and avoid 120 tons CO2 emissions. And now I come to the part degradation. So we talk a lot today about renewables, but why in our case is degradability so important? So if you look to our product portfolio, like laundry detergent, detergent for automatic dishwash, shampoos, then all our products end up in the wastewater. And it's important for the environment that we have really no residues left. So this is the second part of our strategy, really to use degradable ingredients. And I don't want to stick to numbers, but this is a kind of status quo where we are today. So the degradability is here in blue. We have a high content. I mean, it's clear we use a lot of surfactants in our products, and they have by regulation to be degradable. But also we are not bad with the renewable content. Here it's a little bit lower, but we have a lot of initiations to replace them, the fossil content by renewable. And with this, I come to the impact of Biorizon. So I said it several times, surfactants are very important for us. And we need here a replacement for the fossil content. And maybe next time, Paul and me, we can do the talk together, because first I use your slides, and secondly, I will again tell you what had happened. So we are very happy to be part of the Biorizon network, and we as Henkel try to use bio-aromatics for our Henkel business. And therefore, we have one project together with Paul with the TNO. And the project based on furfural-based surfactants. And to be honest, it's important for us that at the end, the surfactants has better or even similar performance. So Henkel doesn't compromise in performance. But to summarize this up, I think it's a huge goal for us. So we need a surfactant which is biodegradable, we need a surfactant which is bio-based, and also we use sustainable sourcing. And we are happy to have this project together with Paul. And now I come to the last part of my presentation. So I told you a lot what we will do, what are our goals and ambitions, but how bring this to life. And therefore, this is one example of our current Launch Smart Gold product. And here we try to combine our efforts. So the product is made by 100% renewable electricity. It's made by non-fossil raws, it's made by renewable raws with a mass balance approach. The tap cover is degradable and also 100% water soluble. The packaging material is recyclable, and we have zero production waste to landfill. And to summarize this up, so we at Henkel, we are pioneers by heart for a good generation. So it's to us now to act. We have no time left. We would like to reduce our carbon footprint to achieve climate targets, of course. We improve circularity by fossil to renewable carbon transformation, and also we use degradable ingredients to protect the environment. Yeah, and with this, I would like to thank you. My name is Kira Neubauer. You can also write me an email if you have any questions left or you would like to discuss some more things in detail, but I'm now happy to answer some questions.
Wow, Kira, what an ambition.
Yes.
Everything bio-based and degradable by 2030.
I mean, there are 6-7 years left.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot, but it's not much to get it all done. And I mean, yeah, we are very proud to be a part of that and contributing to that. I can imagine there's some questions in the audience. Anybody?
Sure.
Well, thank you, Kira. You said something very important. So the surfactants are biodegradable because they're regulated. What is your expectation, or is Henkel expectation, for the rest of the ingredients when it comes to regulation?
Yes, so thank you very much for the questions. So we expect, for example, for polymers, that there will be a regulation that at the end they have to be biodegradable, or for example, there are microplastics regulations. So we expect that there come more and more regulations, and we would like to be prepared in front.
Another question here, Niels from BioBTX.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. I was wondering, what kind of volumes do you want in the coming years? Is that feasible within the technologies you consider?
You're thinking about the capacity of your new plant, Niels. That's smart. Good question.
Yeah, so at the end, we have to transform our whole ingredient strategy, also the packaging. I mean, it's clear. We have different products. Some of them are liquids, some of them are powders, some of them like the monodose, which has a foil over the whole product. So, yeah, it's not an easy answer, but at the end we have to transform more or less everything. We have to try if the consumer will accept the new ways of products, and also understand, for example, I mean, we saw in the video to wash with a low temperature. Also, this is a kind of education. We can develop a lot of new things, but at the end, the consumer has to use it and also to accept this.
Okay, thanks a lot. A little bit related to this, Akira, I saw in your presentation and your strategy, somewhere there is waste and circularity, but then there's the focus on bio-based, right? And the full focus on degradability. Now, I can imagine for some elements, like your packaging, that there is some discussion between degradability and circularity. How is that discussion going inside Henkel? And how did you arrive to the conclusion?
Yeah, I would say thank you for the question. It depends. So what I explained before, all our products end up in the wastewater. So this is clear, they have to be degradable. There is no way of recycling, more or less. Packaging, it seems to be different. So we don't expect that the consumer take the packaging material, bring it to the garden, and then after some years it degrades. So here our strong focus is definitely recycling.
Okay, clear. Thank you. We have a question from Ed de Jong of Avantium.
Thank you, Kira, for an interesting presentation. I mean, part of the answer you gave already for, because I was wondering what your definition of biodegradability is. I mean, is that industrial composting? Is that marine at 4 degrees? Or, I mean, or is it open?
No, it's not open. So there are a clear tests procedure, like OECD tests protocol, and we have to pass this. And with these tests, I mean, it's the same like our supplier did. We pass the protocol, and then we can claim it degradation or biodegradable.
Does that answer your question, Ed?
Gennady Ashowski, Rotterdam University of Applied Sciences. Great talk, thank you very much. It's really nice that we have really biodegradable new molecules because they change the world. We use them in multi-ton scale. And I had a couple of questions. One of them is about long-term toxicity. When I bring in new compounds to the market, of course, short-term toxicity, we can measure it easily, but in many cases, we had a lot of problems with compounds that had long-term toxicity or delayed toxicity. What can you say about that in your products? And I had about several...
One question at a time.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I mean, it's true. At the end, for example, we have a polymer, a long chain, then we have at the end fragments, and if they are toxic, we win nothing. So firstly, we have experts for this, how they degrade, and what will be the impact of the degradation pieces, I would say. And secondly, of course, we have also experts at Henkel, people who studied this and can be more precise on this. But we have this definitely in mind, and at the end, we would like to solve problems and not to get new ones.
All right, thank you. Any other questions over here? Our special guest star from Lego. Nelleke, good to have you here today.
Very interesting to see your presentation and the big ambitions. It really speaks to, I think, everybody's mind, so thank you for that. I have a question about mass balance. Why are you doing this? I'm not challenging it because we've also announced an ambition to use it as a solution, but I can imagine your customers are actually maybe not willing to pay the extra for this. So can you explain a little bit behind the rationale to choose this kind of solution? And also, coupled with that, do you have stringent rules how to apply the mass balance? Because there is also a tendency, and I know, for instance, BASF, they apply it rather broadly, with a lot of free allocations. So would you like to see a connection to the product or not? So 2 questions, I guess, in one.
Thank you very much for the question. So honestly, I'm not the mass balance expert, but I try to do my best to give you most information. So maybe I start with the second question, because this might be easier. So yes, there are free allocations, and at the end, we have to certify this, and I mean, there are programs like Red Cert or other programs who are helping us, and we believe if we talk to experts and work closely together with them, then we are on the good track. The first question is why we are doing mass balance and if this is the right way. Yes, it's the right way for the moment, I would say. We cannot look in the future, but we need now solutions, and we definitely need now solutions, and maybe we are quicker than the whole industry, because if you look to the goals of some of our suppliers, then our goals are for 2030, for 2040, and their goals are more in the field of 2050, and we have to close this gap. And therefore, mass balance is a good solution. Maybe we switch in the future to another solutions, but for now, we stick to this.
Okay, thank you very much. Since we have you here, Nelleke, a great opportunity to have not one but 2 consumer brands. And a question in my mind about consumer brands, because your brand image and your relation with your customer is so important. But sometimes maybe there can be an element where you have to change the mind of the customer, so they start making maybe a more sustainable choice. How does that play out inside Lego? So where's the power? Is it in marketing, or is it also in decisions for sustainability? Can you say anything about that?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. So is the question, why are we doing this? Is it because the customer would like it? Or?
In some occasions, if you think about, for instance, design for circularity, there's one design that's ideal for circularity, but maybe the marketing concept is something that is more ideal for the appealing customer. like packaging in you know, a lot of plastic or dark colors that are difficult to separate?
Yeah, there's not one answer to that question, of course. There's a lot of balancing that is going on. So if you think about packaging, for instance, you know, what is the right size of a package, right, of packaging? So that's one of the things we're discussing. And we also made a big step towards reducing the size of the packaging in order to avoid shipping error. I think if you talk about, for instance, use of recycled materials, and especially mechanically recycled materials, they come with some trade-offs on color, for instance. And we've also, at the time when we were looking at recycled PET, which you may have read about, we also said we are willing to take a trade-off there. So definitely quality also, you know, at least perception, perceptive quality. When it comes to safety, we don't take any trade-offs. When it comes to appearance, we're willing to take a trade-off there. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing. Is there anything you can say about that, Kira, the trade-off in these kind of decisions?
I would say it's not an easy answer, but we have to work together. So we as R&D need sustainable solution, but at the end also we need our marketing colleagues to bring their whole story, and then the consumer. Maybe to educate is not the right word, but I mean, for example, they like to use a bicycle instead of the car, so it's not an issue for them. Maybe they know at the end, in some years, it's better to use a green product instead of a conventional one to protect the environment. So yeah, every piece has come together to one puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's also an excellent point that you make, to make it attractive, to make the right choice in that way. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Any more questions from the audience? Oh, wait a second.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. I have a question which relates to a question we had before concerning REACH compliance and such things. You want to replace everything by renewable carbon. So are you looking for drop-ins specifically, or are you going to help startups with their REACH requirements if they reach the volumes that you require with the volumes that you sell?
Yeah, I would say it depends case by case. Of course, if there are drop-in solutions, we will take them. But for example, for polymers, to make them biodegradable, there is no drop-in solution. So it has to be a new molecule. And to be honest, we are working with a lot of cooperation partners. We are working with startups. We are working with, for example, Biorizon with this program. We are working with other academic partners. And of course, we have our suppliers, and we are working close with them because they have a lot of capacity and would like to sell the products. But at the end, we are looking in every direction, and we would like to find the best solution. And with the REACH thing, what I know for my best is that we have a supplier. So we at Henkel, we produce products, but not chemicals or raw materials. So here at the end, we need also a strong partner for the scale-up for raw materials. If the startup can do this, perfect, but maybe we involved a third part.
Thank you. Thank you. The question came from Braskem, by the way. So, yeah, just so Engineering School of Rotterdam. You do get a chance for your second question.
Thank you. On one of your slides, there was a really special type of products and propellants.
So the propellants.
Propellants.
Yes, for hairspray.
Okay, so it's a really huge area of, we have propellants from, military applications for engines and just hairspray. Do you look at, of course it's much less, is it only the third part, or, because the war, a lot of wars are going around, and of course if we cannot stop them, we can at least make it more environmentally friendly, because all the areas in east of Ukraine are completely polluted with rests of explosives, propellants.
And if we will at least replace them with biodegradable after the end of the war, our planet will be saved. What type of propellants do you use? Is it only hair sprayer or also different one? And do you also look at the bio-based alternative for them?
Also, first answer of the question, best of my knowledge, we just use them in hairspray and deos, but I'm not in the product development. Maybe there are some other products. Second answer is yes, we would like to have bio-based propellants. And third, if there's a possibility to avoid in general propellants, then we are happy to do this, but I don't know any.
All right, thanks a lot.
I hope this answered the question.
Maybe who wants the honor of the very last question before we move to the next block? We have a winner here.
Actually, it's not a big question, but a small question about the cost comparing with the chemical source of material.
Oh, that's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, the question is valid. And what we always, or our wish is at the end, we have a triangle, we have same performance, it's sustainable, and at the end, same costs, if it's possible. No, it's just joking. So we know at the end it will cost. And yeah, we will see how we handle this. I mean, Henkel is a huge company, and we have our own money capacity, but also at the end the consumer will sell our products, so maybe we can also shift there some cost with a good marketing story and if the consumer accept a green product. But also here it's not an easy answer, so it's combined everything.
Maybe to dig into that discussion just a little bit more. If you look at the trend, you start small with innovative new products. You don't have the economy of scale, so obviously it's much more expensive. What is the vision of Henkel on the longer term? Because how much cost can you design out? I think you are excellent capability-wise in your company to make things efficient and scale. And do you expect we can ever see, for instance, bio-based products that really compete one-on-one with fossil?
It's hard to say, sorry. I cannot give an answer because also the industry will change. At the end, if there's no market left for fossil products and all people will buy the renewable one, maybe the price goes again higher. So, yeah.
So we have to find out. Yeah. All right. I'm looking forward to the outcome of that. And I think if we all work hard enough and we innovate a lot, it gets us in the best possible position. Kira,
yeah, thank you very much.
Very, very much for this keynote contribution. We're really proud and glad to have you. And of course, for you also an olive tree. Do you already have two?
Actually, I have one, and the information that you need two, it's new for me, and maybe I have the chance to come next year here, and I will also tell you how much of olives I will get.
We will most certainly invite you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that leaves only one small part, that is to wrap it up. In the beginning I said, well, you know, this is not just an annual event, which is already always a lot of fun, but it's our 10th and, you know, it will be special and it will be a party. I don't know if you enjoyed it. I hope you did. We certainly did a lot. I think what you can clearly see if you look at all the activity, all the presentations, that we are moving through the TRL levels. So we're going from lab, from theory, from academic environment, to larger scale, to practice. Roger said, well, it's still too much research. I want to go faster. That's the good approach. But you can clearly see we are moving there and we are taking those steps together with all these companies that you have seen presenting. And of course, not everybody who's involved in all these projects can present. So there's a lot more happening than what we've seen today. you can see that it's really now about larger facilities, larger samples. We talk about hundreds of kilos. We talk about applications that are really relevant to industry. We talk about equipment, you know, that is millions of euros to invest, to get steel in the ground, to get it commissioned, to get it running. We also get into the things like the permits that are needed for that, all the safety procedures. So that's really getting serious stuff, but it is working and it is making progress. This is not just a bunch of folks who are dreaming and making up nice stories. This is stuff that is happening as we speak. So I think that is important and that is also clear. Then what we have seen is it's about finding the right applications. It begins with feedstock and with chemistry and with molecules and yields and energy balances, but in the end it ends up in a product. And it's about applications. And that's where, for me, the fun starts, by the way. That's really exciting stuff. But that's also where it becomes tangible. What is the value of what we are doing? You see in the application, you can make a system cost comparison, you can balance. And that's really a lot of added value to the progress of the work. Then, you know, I think what you see, and today is, most of all, is a demonstration of that, is that collaboration brings us further. It gets us, sometimes it's challenging to, you know, to balance all the different opinions and get everybody to open up a little bit. You have to have the self-confidence. If you're only scared that somebody else will take your, you know, your piece of the cheese, then it's going to be difficult. But if you are convinced that together we can all make a much bigger cheese and enjoy it together, then we get collaboration. And I think today it's not, I mean, it's not just the Biorizon team who's saying we believe in this collaboration and we think it will help us, but you've seen in all the presentations really that it's kind of the same message. And I think especially for companies, that's the winners of the future are the ones who know how you combine collaboration with competition. It doesn't mean there is no competition, there is still a market. And that's good also, it keeps everybody on their toes. But if you know when to collaborate and when to compete, and you do that in a smart way, I think that will be winning for tomorrow. So I think, yeah, we've seen plenty of examples of that. If you're not part of the Biorizon community yet, you are at a serious threat of missing out. So I would be worried about that. So please go to the site. Also, you'll be able to find the presentations, register at the community. You'll be able to participate and you know, get out of just watching what's happening, but join all the activities. Again, webinar will be available on demand. Feel free to forward it to people who you think might be interested. If there's any questions unanswered in the B2 match, we'll get back to you by email. Then one request from the organization. You will get a short questionnaire by email. It will not take a lot of time, but you will help us tremendously if you take a little bit of your time to fill it out and help us get better every year, because we will certainly have annual event number 11, and we always look at how can we make it better even next year. Then for me to thank, first of all the people who have been presenting and I think really making a very important contribution to today. To all of you as participants, also the people online at home, thanks for being here, being part of the action and making this a success. The sponsors, also not unimportant, Ronald, of course, with your contribution, but the Port of Rotterdam, the City of Rotterdam, and the Province of South Holland for helping us make this happen. And then it's all about people work. This is people working together and creating energy together. So the Biorizon team, I think a big hand for them. And everybody in the Biorizon team who is here, maybe stand up and we can give a little bit of an applause. Yeah, Roel as well, All right. And Jan Harm, of course, one of the original thinkers at the very beginning of Biorizon. I've sometimes been thinking, what has he been drinking? But then we kept the spirit up and the energy in, and in the end it works. Thank you for that. The dates for next year have already been set, 27th, 28th of November. It will be in Flanders, so everybody mark your agenda. The concept is very nice. You can participate on 27th in project meetings. In the evening, we have the networking dinner. And for those who were here yesterday evening, I think it was really a very nice and also productive experience. So hope to see you all there. That leaves us to the last block of an hour and a half with matchmaking at the same locations. And drinks are over here. And I would say thank you all and hope to see you next year again at the Biorizon Annual Event.